Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Friday Coffee Klatsch. I'm a few seconds late. I had to close down everything for work, and I'm still waiting for the lovely Artemis slash Maya, my daughter. Um, I think I see her. Is that her I see walking through her house? I don't think she's ready to talk to us yet because she's still walking. Let's see. Oh, she's giving me the evil eye. Let me go ahead and bring her into the chat here.
I would not open up the app.
See? You're frozen. You're not ready to talk to us. You're frozen. That's what you get for trying to walk the dog and talk to us at the same time.
No.
Okay, you're
Can you,
back now.
okay, what I was saying was,
Nope, you're frozen again.
oh my goodness.
This is what you get for trying to walk the dog and talk to me at the same time.
Then you handle it.
Welcome to the Friday Coffee Klatch. This is welcome to your background noise. We are here for you to play in the background while you fold your laundry, eat your lunch, make your plans for the weekend, what have you. If you don't want to be in the house alone, have a little noise, come listen to us. We're like mukbang without the food. I am Danny, and this person is my lovely child, Artemis slash Maya, the fatigued. She really needs to change that, but
I check it every time that I log in. I just changed it back to fatigued because I am very tired. That's why I'm walking the dogs right now, is because I got out of work late and then I overslept.
so I guess we're just jumping right into life updates, huh? I don't think you can walk the dog and talk to us at the same time.
I
First of all,
just switched to my data and
your neighbors
they
are
can
gonna
deal.
wonder about this giant boom mic in your face.
I could care less. I
But
switched to my data so it'll stop kicking out of the Wi-Fi, and so I should be good now until I switch to the
well,
laptop.
while you're ambling back to your stationary setup, how about I do the first thing on our list, which is my Mother's Day haul.
Sure.
As we know, this was Mother's Day this past Sunday, and my children were so sweet to me. I'm not one for flowers, and they know that. So instead, I got, first of all, from two of my daughters, I got video games from my Steam wish list, which has my Steam wish list has way too many games on it. It currently has over 100. I took some off as we were let me see if I can pull up how many I have. I took some off after they gave me because they after they gave me my gifts, I said, let me look and see how many I actually have. I have 103. So I did take some off, but then I ended up putting a couple on.
Yeah, we
So
went through every single one of those games to make sure we got some good stuff.
how they decided what to get me is beyond me when there's 100 games to sift through, and it's kind of hard. I don't know if you can see from from the gift givers end, because I do put them in a priority, but I don't know if you can see that priority from your end.
I don't
So
think we saw the priority when we were
yeah,
looking.
I go in and I rank them occasionally. Um, but in the end, I end up sorting them by discount anyway when I go in, because there's always some sort of sale going. So I just go in to see which sale is recently. But anyway, they got me four cat games. Um, because I have a tendency to um play these little hidden object cat games while I'm watching television with my husband, because they don't really require me to actually look at the screen that often. And a lot of times, that's why there's not a lot in the crafty section of this show, because what usually I have bandwidth in my brain for one kind of big thing. And if I've had to work 4 or 5 hours that day, then that's all my bandwidth right there. I don't feel like trying to focus on a knitting or crochet project and read instructions and what have you. So often I just sit and play these little hidden object games where you find the little kitty in the have we showed these on the show before?
I think you may have showed one, but I think that was weeks ago if you want to pull one up again.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna
It's like a
do.
Where's Waldo, but there's like instead of just finding one Waldo, you're finding several kitties.
Okay, it says this was still on my wish list, but I'm pretty sure you bought me this game.
And that's the other thing I was wondering. I was wondering if they were going to get kicked off your wish list once we bought them.
Okay, no, this doesn't look familiar because this is the one in the building. And I got the first one I played because I played one right away and already finished almost all of it. Um,
Yeah, that's why I told Chloe we should get you like four.
because they're typically there's like 99 cats to find or 99 mushrooms or something like that, and the games are usually about $2 a piece. And it's let me see if I can show because this one is very similar to the one that you got me, although this one's in an apartment building and not a the one I played was in several houses. Let's see.
Yeah, I was worried about getting you that one because I could have sworn that you had played that one already, but I think I watched Gab Smolders play that online, and that's
What,
why
a
I was thinking
building
that you
full
had
of
played it.
cats?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember playing this one in the building, but when I go in my library, are you seeing it on screen? You're not on the screen. Why am I asking you? Is it there? Why is it not showing? Oh, it's there. Okay. It's there. I'm hallucinating. But yeah, you can see the cats change colors when you find them. So it's like an all, you know, blue or green or whatever screen, and then they change color. At least for um this particular version. There's some where they do something different because I've played different versions of it, but it's all like Maya mentioned. It all feels like just a way for the developer to show off their artwork. Because I have, we'll see. So this developer makes a building full of cats and a castle full of cats. I think I have another one that's similarly named or something because this one doesn't have. What did y'all get me? Let me look at my library. But anyway, you got me like 3 or 4 of the cat ones. Why is this not showing my library? I'm confused. The way this is logged in, it should be showing my library. Anyway, so we got the cat games and you got me there's another one I commissioned some cats or something.
Mhm.
I commissioned some cats. Yeah, that's the one
Yeah, I don't remember
that's
exactly
in
which
my
ones that we
library.
grabbed because all of those cat games have so many similar titles. They sound the same to me.
Yeah, see this one's in full color, which makes it a little more difficult to find what you're looking for.
Mhm.
Because at least for me, because I find the ones where it's like all blue and then the cats turn a different color
Yeah.
tend to be a little bit easier because once you find a few cats and you go, okay, there's no pink dots anywhere in this section, so there's got to be some cats over here.
Mhm.
And then because they kind of even, at least in the ones you bought me, they kind of evenly space out the animals.
Yeah.
So so once you found a few, then it's like, oh, there's no blue spots over here. So let me see if I can find a cat over here. you know. And there's hidden cats too. So the first one, I already finished one of the games, but I did not find all the hidden cats. Where there's main cats that are out in the open, and then there are hidden cats that if you turn on a television, a cat shows up on a screen, and
Where
that
like you
counts
open
as,
a box or something.
yeah, open a drawer or something, and that counts as a hidden cat. You guys also got me Storyteller.
Yeah, that was my pick. I saw that in your list. I was like, oh, I didn't know she wanted to play that game. Let's get that one.
Yeah, I've seen people talk about it, so I am looking forward to playing this one,
Yeah,
which
I
is
watched two of my
basically,
YouTubers play that one, and I really liked it.
which for those watching who've never heard of it, this is a game where you um like there'll be a goal like fall in love then die. And so you have to put the little picture panels in order. There's no dialogue, but the little picture panels in order to show that somebody fell in love and then somebody died. And
Yeah,
they'll
the
give
pictures
you,
and the little characters.
yeah. And they'll be little, like there'll be, a tombstone and a male character and a female character or whatever. Or you have to have this character fall in love with everybody and then die or something like, so you have to put everything in order so that the story goes to where it's supposed to be.
hmm
So that should be interesting. And then what was the last one you guys got me? Oh,
Chloe picked that one. It was the gardening one, I think.
Witchy Life Story, which is
Mm.
another one that I was interested in. I've heard a lot. I think I'm gonna save that one for last because I think this one is longer. So I'm playing the shorter games first and then moving my way up. This one is a little bit longer. I watched people play the beginning, but I have purposely not watched any further because I knew that this game was in the price range. Um, for those who don't know, because this game is $20 on Steam. For those who don't know, um, should I put these on my list?
If it was $20 on Steam, it must have been on sale when we got it because it was not
Yeah,
$20.
yeah, yeah. They're on sale all the time. Um, I'm making a list to put the links. Okay, so I won't forget Storyteller.
All right, I am about to switch over to my proper stationary setup. So you make
Steam,
your links, and then
Steam, and but with
notation.
Witchy. Oh, you don't want me to talk anymore? Okay, I won't talk
No, no, no,
anymore.
you're good. I was staying here to talk while you were making notes. Now I'm about to switch to my laptop.
Okay, you switch to your laptop. But for those who don't know, Witchy Life Story, I purposely didn't watch anybody play this because I knew that this was in. I have a my personal. I'm getting over being a cheap person, and so my personal thing is if a um oh, I forgot that I had you open. Hello, hello, Ronald. The Cats highlight, you asked me about the Cats game. Ronald is asking about the cat game. Yes, the cats are highlighted when you click them in that particular game. So everything is like blue or yellow or just like an ink drawing and shades of yellow or whatever, and then it's highlighted when you find them. Um, you're not penalized in that game. You're not penalized for clicking if there's not a cat. There's so many of those games, and they're all about $2 a piece. Or although they got me one that's like $3.99, so it must have more levels. But they frequently go on sale to where they're like the $3.99 ones frequently go on sale to where they're a dollar, and the $1.99 ones frequently go on sale for like 59 cents. So um they're fun. I don't feel too bad about buying those, although I haven't bought many of them, but I don't feel too bad about buying those. Because I have this limit in my brain of if I wait till something is under $10 to buy it. So I wait till it goes on sale. Once I realize that Steam has sales frequently, then I don't feel in a rush to buy something. But if it goes under $10, then I feel like, okay, I can go ahead and treat myself to that. So, because I do have several games that I still haven't played. I have lots of games that I haven't played, so I feel bad buying games and not playing them. I mean, even right now, the kids bought me these games, and I feel like I need to play these right away. I feel like they need to be priority because the kids bought them for me. Yes, I know Nintendo never puts anything on sale. I learned that years ago when we got the kids used Nintendo consoles, and we thought, oh, we'll be able to was it I think it was when we got them a DS, and we thought we would be able to get games used because we buy our other games used all the time when the kids were little. We thought we'd be able to buy the Nintendo ones used, and no, they were still 30 and 40. I mean, even used, they were still like 30 and $40. And I'm like, no. I'm used to, if like an Xbox or something game, if it's at the pawn shop, I'm used to it being 10 and $15.
Mhm.
The 30 or $40 was just too much. But anyway, Witchy Life Story. I hadn't watched it all the way because I thought it would go to under $10 and I would eventually buy it for myself. But thank you to my children for buying it for me. Witchy Life Story is a game where your character is kind of a young witch in training or just coming of age. I think in my brain she's roughly about 21, 22. And she's rebellious. She doesn't do what she's told. And she's messed up some things at home. She's from a family of very renowned witches. So I'm only telling you stuff that's in the very beginning because that's as far as I watched. And it's really not a spoiler because anything you watch is going to tell you this. But the she's from a renowned witch family. So after this last mess up, her family all send her off to this town to, you know, to practice her witchery there and to kind of grow up. And she gets there and she finds that they were all expecting either her mother or her grandmother, who are because they have a problem going on over there that needs to be
Ooh.
fixed. And they contacted her family to have one of them come fix it. And so they thought the mother or the grandmother was going to come, the renowned witches, and
Mhm.
they sent the daughter, her.
They said now's your chance to fix everything.
Now's your chance to be a grown up. And she didn't want to be there. She's like, why am I in this backwater town? Why did they just because I messed up a little bit and now I got to be out here in the country and blah, 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 you know, that kind of attitude.
Mhm.
So I can't wait to play it. It's all about making different potions and things. And some of the people there, I guess because they had a witch there in town before who was trifling, some of them are not happy to see a witch. So
Mhm.
she has to deal with some of that. That is as much as I saw on YouTube videos, and I stopped right there because I said, I like this.
Mhm.
I want to play it.
Now I want to play it because I didn't know anything
So,
about it. Look, I was just like, oh,
so
black people, and so I was like, we should get this
yep,
one.
yep, yep. Yeah, and it's not just like you can make your character whatever, skin color you want to, but like you go into town and the other people are black. So
Mhm.
it's not just, oh, they're black people because you made black people. They purposely put black
Yeah.
characters in there, which is
Also, Ronald from earlier said, yes, pawn shop. My mama used to send us to walk to the pawn shop to buy NES games back in the early 90s and late 80s. Oh my
yep.
goodness.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We are pawn shop from the way back. My kids have grown up on Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, my kids have grown up on used consoles. Some of their friends would come over and go, "What game is this?" Because they all they knew was the new, and
Mhm.
we raised you guys on old stuff, so because it was still good.
I'm just concerned about the late 80s children walking on their own to the pawn shop. The 80s was the decade of sending children out to walk on their own because no one could possibly harm them.
Well, that was the 80s and the 70s and the 60s. The 80s and the early 90s honestly was the start of everything on TV being stranger danger and
Do you
all
know where
that
your
kind of.
children are?
Now, do you know where your children are? Was the 70s because
Really? I thought that was
that's what
later.
no, that's what I grew up with. Do you know where your children are? It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? I grew up with that.
Ronald says, "Girl, these two tiny white children walking through a very bad gang neighborhood. Oh my goodness." She must have
Oh
known
no.
something. She must have just known your neighbors.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
But that's what I got from my children, from my daughters. My husband got me a stainless steel cup, not one of those Stanleys that everybody's talking about. This is better for me. Oh, the light you can't see.
Hold your hand and block the sunlight.
Do I look like I can do that?
Clearly not.
Clearly not.
Why don't you read it to the people?
Okay, it says sometimes you forget that you're awesome, so this is your reminder.
So
That was
cute.
that was from your father.
I was there when he gave it to you. It was so cute. You were
And
crying.
I put the little spout so that I can see it whenever see the words whenever I drink it. It makes me happy.
So cute.
And I am drinking gold leaf peach tea today.
I would be drinking Sprite leftover from yesterday, but I left it in the living room.
Not my birthday, Ronald. It was Mother's Day. I am the mother of this creature on the screen. It was Mother's Day. Yes, this is my Mother's Day haul. This is my Mother's Day haul. But I'm drinking gold leaf peach tea, and clearly they don't make gold leaf in the South because it is barely sweet.
Ooh,
But I just it's better than drinking straight water, which is all I've been doing for the last 2 days. So, and your brother got me these.
ooh, is it more coloring books?
Yes.
Ooh, oh, those are geared so specifically towards you.
Which one?
Both.
How do you know they're geared towards me?
Just the pictures on the front, they feel geared so specifically towards you.
Yes. I don't know what I'm coloring. I found these. I think you linked these in a video. You sent me a TikTok video, and I went straight on
Probably.
Amazon and put them on my wish list.
Yeah, anytime I see
And
coloring pages that I thought that you would that I think that you would
I
like.
think these are like what's the word?
Ronald agreed with me in the chat. He also said, "Happy Mother's Day to you. You sound like a better mom than my own." Aw. And then, but
No,
when we were talking about the books,
Danny 2.0 is a good mom, but she hasn't showed up in a while, so they're
Danny
stuck. They're
2.0.
stuck with Danny 1.0. Yeah, that's what I used to threaten them with all the time. Danny 2.0. If you want somebody who's gonna, you know, meet you at the bus stop and all that, then I can send Danny 2.0 because Danny 1.0 is not doing that. But
Anyway, also talking about the books that are geared towards you, and you were like, "Which one?" He was like, "Both."
how do you know? You don't know me well enough to know that. You don't know me like that. Anyway, these are the spiral books. And
Oh yeah.
I thought, oh, these are gonna be easy to color. Just, start at the end and go on in. And I start at the end and I'm doing the spiral and I'm like, okay, this is doing every other line. Am I doing something wrong? The pictures behind me on the wall. Okay,
Evidence.
okay, fair enough. Facts. I thought, am I doing this wrong? And then I get all the way to the center, and you have to concentrate more than I thought you have to concentrate
Yeah, because
to
those lines are like real
because the
narrow.
yeah, the lines are very close. And then I finally got to the center, and you get to the center, and then it loops around. It's still connected, and then it
Oh,
comes
and then
back
you go
out, and
back.
then you're going back the other way. And I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't mess this up because I
Hmm.
kept going, why is it doing every other line? But so far, this is what I worked on yesterday. But
Oh, I
oh,
can just
you can see better on camera than I can see in person the picture that is sort of showing up
yeah,
here.
I see someone like standing.
Yeah, I just now saw that. I just
What
now saw that. I've been coloring it since I colored it last night, and I just now saw that. But
is that, like a movie cover or like an iconic poster or something? I'm trying to figure out what that is.
I think this is just random. I think this is
Oh,
just
okay.
random. I got it. These are all portraits, so I didn't want to do these first because
Until you got
just
used to them.
yeah, because just from looking at the front and back, I feel like I'm gonna like these
Uh-huh.
enough to maybe put one on the wall over here. So I wanted to start with these first, which I think these are just random. Like it could be an animal, it could be a butterfly, it could be
Mhm.
whatever. And I think these are just judging from the feel of the cover and the look of it. I think these are self published.
Okay.
Um, what do they call them on YouTube? There's a whole bunch of videos. Passive income is what they call it.
Mhm.
Passive income. Okay, yeah, I'm not using right now I'm using my Crayola um we are already getting into the crafty stuff. I should have known it was all gonna bleed together. But anyway,
It
I'm u-
always does.
I know. Um right now I'm using my Crayola markers, which I think I'm going to end up buying a second set of those Crayola markers because there's certain colors in there that I tend to use more than others.
Mhm.
And like cuz like all three of these, the Martin Luther King, the Audrey Hepburn and the Beethoven are all Crayola markers.
And
And
then what's
you
Madonna?
can see that these are nice and bright. This is not Madonna,
Not
this is
Madonna, not Madonna. Maryland, the other M. What's in Maryland?
Maryland is the alcohol markers
Oh, okay.
that Chloe got me for Christmas, and those are all supposed to be like varying shades of skin tones. So
Okay.
they're not as bright as these. And even though I requested these and I will still use them occasionally,
You prefer the brighter
I
colors?
prefer the brighter colors.
Mm. Understandable.
I think I prefer, but I will still, I don't want her to feel like I don't appreciate her gift. So I will still, you know,
Yeah.
I will still get use out of them, but I will probably not use them as often
Ronald in the chat said
as
Maryland, Madonna, Monroe.
I know. But back to his question. Right now I'm using the Crayola markers, which I like. I'm gonna put Crayola markers down
Do
here.
those have a fine enough tip for those
That
circle
was
pictures?
that's what I was about to say. It is barely a fine enough tip. And I started watching some videos because when I first started doing this, I was like, oh, I may not be doing this right. Let me look on YouTube and see if there's some videos. And there is there is somebody I watched yesterday and she said she uses gel pens. And
Mhm.
I
That's
had
what
bought
a lot of people doing.
I had bought gel pens before, but the set that I bought was hella cheap and they ran out really quick.
Yeah. That's why I prefer
So,
markers usually, but it feels like the tip of pens would be easier to
yeah,
use.
I feel like this because there are some super thin lines on there, which I
Mhm.
don't even know. I'm putting it way in the camera.
Yeah, I can see. Oh
There
my goodness.
there are some super thin lines on there where I feel like I'm not on the thick wide parts. Where's my
Uh-huh.
finger? I don't take my finger. On the thick wide parts, it feels like it's easier to use the marker, but then when it gets to the thin part, I'm like barely whispering my pen over the
Mhm.
thing to try to not make it too wide. But also there's parts where it's like it goes in and out, and I don't think I'm getting
The full shape of
the
it.
nuance of that because my ink is just as soon as the pen goes down there, the ink is just blurting out.
Oh,
I'm
so Pens might be better so
So
that
even
the
though I'm trying to go as light as possible, so I
yeah.
might get some different markers.
Well, I would say try get some like better quality gel pens because whereas
Mhm.
markers, the ink when you put the pen to the paper, especially if it's like the cheaper kind of self-published paper, the if you put as soon as you put the pen to the marker for however
Mhm.
long you keep it there, the ink will continue to kind of run out into the
Yeah,
paper. Whereas gel pen, that gel just sits on top of the paper and doesn't
yeah.
go anywhere.
And this isn't too runny. I'm not saying this is super bad paper. It isn't too runny,
Hmm.
but I think more along the lines that this is self-published because the there's just something about the lines.
Hmm.
Um, and I saw a video on YouTube, which I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I saw several videos talking about something called Spiral Betty. And I think Spiral Betty is a program
Or
that
you
you
can put
can
a picture
use
in
to make your own spiral pictures like that. And I think people are doing that
and
to
then just putting them in the
make
books.
their own books. And so I think this is that situation with these books. I don't think these so I think these are more self-published,
Hmm.
whatever. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna get some better markers. So that's what I got for Mother's Day. So I talked too much. I wasted 30 minutes talking about Mother's Day.
You are absolutely fine. And also part of that was me running in and out of the house.
So tell me, new glasses?
Yes, they are on my face. Couldn't you tell?
No, I cannot tell because I'm half blind.
Let's
You know that.
oh,
Let me make my screen
let's
bigger.
the camera doesn't cut out because I'm moving it.
Oh, those are nice.
Yeah, these are the biggest wireframes that I could find, and they're the like square shape that I like. These are fine. We went to America's Best. These are fine, and then because I got these as one set of frames because they do that too for that deal of two frames and an exam for $70, and I got these ones, and then I was going to put the lenses into my old frames. Ronald says, "Oh, thank you, Ronald. Thank you. They're giving you a little retro. Thank you." Um, but I was going to get a new pair of frames, and I was just going to put lenses in my old frames, the ones that like I have been wearing for years and are my favorites. And they're like, "That's not actually included in the deal. For you to get the deal of $70, you have to get a new frame,"
Oh, and Poppy got mad about that.
which makes no sense.
Poppy got mad about that. He's like, "Why would they charge you extra to put them in frames that you already have?"
Exactly. Exactly. It makes no sense. I should have pitched more of a fit, but I was already stressing about the whole rest of that appointment.
Mhm.
But so these are fine. I really like these. When she told me that I couldn't do the other ones, I just like got up, walked up and grabbed like the biggest square plastic frames that I could find that are like kind of similar to my other ones. And I was not super happy with them when I got them. They're okay now that I've kind of calmed down and I have them, but I was wearing them yesterday. So these, I walked out of the store in these. Like they were telling my roommates, "Oh, you need to go home and like wear these for a little while and acclimate," because neither one of them has had their glasses have not been, one of them has not updated his glasses in like 7 to 10 years, and the other one has not been wearing glasses for like 6 years. So they were like, "You need to go home and acclimate," and I was like, "I'll probably be fine." I threw these on and wore these out the door. Like I had been wearing them for a while, but I don't normally wear wireframes because I wear those same plastic frames. I've been wearing those same plastic frames for years. And so I kept getting like glints of light off of the wire of the frames. I keep thinking that I'm seeing stuff out of the corner of my eye. And I was like, let me switch frames for a little while because it's driving me crazy. And so I switched frames to those big chunky plastic ones that I got. They were giving me like motion sickness. I don't know what it is, if they're just like not adjusted right to my face or something, but I like, because when
Was this the second pair on your you got 2 pairs, and so the second pair that you bought from America's Best was what was giving you motion sickness,
mhm.
or were you switching back to your old glasses?
No, 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 this is the second new pair that
Okay.
I got. So but I put them on, and you know when you put on new glasses, and at the very like for the very first little bit, it's like it feels kind of warped because it's a different prescription, and then like your eyes adjust to it, and it's like okay, this is fine. I was getting that warped feeling for like most of the day, which doesn't make sense because these glasses should be the same prescription as those other ones. So I don't understand why everything is feeling warped, but I was like, okay, maybe I was like too high on my horse and I just need to get adjusted to the glasses. And I wore them all day.
Maybe it's the shape.
Maybe I think that might be what it is because they're more like chunky sort of than the
Hmm.
other ones that I had. Because the other ones that I had, they're plastic frames, but they're like thinner plastic frames. These are
Hmm.
like you went to the movie theater, got some 3D glasses, and said, "Here, put some lenses in these for me." Um,
These are like 80s chunky.
yeah, they're like chunky. Like they're a bit more modern, but they are definitely chunkier than my previous ones.
Hmm.
And so maybe it is the shape, but I am not going to try wearing those again anytime soon because I had to work in them all last night and I was just
Well,
feeling like
are you gonna take
nauseous.
them back and see if they can adjust them?
Yeah, I'm gonna take them back. Come in. I'm gonna take them back and see if I can adjust them. And I'm gonna spend the $30 and put the lenses in the frames that I like. What's wrong? Uh, talk. My roommate's here.
Okay. Are you gonna mute yourself? Okay. Okay. So what else do we have that we can run our mouths about while we are here? Okay. Well, my quick thing is my lack of balance. Okay.
I will
I
be right
may
back. Talk to Ronald.
okay. So my quick thing is my lack of balance. She's not gonna care about this. I did I don't know if anyone who's watching is on TikTok, but recently, because this is the final season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which I have never watched. You would think it would be my type of show, but the very first episode, there was some cringy scenes at the beginning. I'm one of these people who get secondhand embarrassment from watching television shows. I had trouble watching I Love Lucy and Laverne and Shirley as a kid because I would get secondhand embarrassment when they would do crazy things and I'd have to walk out of the room or something like that. Which, with today's technology, I can just fast forward past stuff. So I'm thinking I might try The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel again and just fast forward past the stuff that made me uncomfortable because every time I see scenes from that show, I feel like I would really like this show. Okay, what would books with romance with aliens have to do with Marvelous Mrs. Maisel? I'm confused, sir. I do read alien romance. Where does what does that have to do with second hand embarrassment? I'm confused, sir. And to be fair, I don't get embarrassed. I can read scenes, if you're thinking like the smexy scenes, as they say, in alien romances or whatever romances. I don't. I can read them. I can't listen to them in audio. No, I can't. I can't listen to them in audio. I can't listen to any kind of smexy scene in audio. I don't know. A lot of people on BookTube listen to audio things. And I'm like, "No, no, I will." The only time I will ever put the rare times I listen to an audiobook, because I don't listen to audio in general. I prefer to read because I like to skim past the parts that bore me. I skim a lot when I read. I skim past, um, not just the smexy scenes. Because, like, if there's more than 2 smexy scenes in a book, I am going to skim past probably the 2nd and 3rd one, because I don't need that much. It's like, "Okay, they had sex, fine. Let's move to the next part where they're talking again." Okay? Or there's some action or something like that. I don't, because I know how that works, so I don't need to read it 3 times. Okay, I have a general idea how that works. I've got 4 kids, so I don't need to read that again. So I skip past that, but I also skim past, um descriptions of how the house looks, if you talk too much about how much the guy looks or the girl looks, I don't care how they look because I will forget 5 seconds later and put in my head what, just a vague male shaped person when they show up on the screen. So I don't need any of that. But what I was saying is that I've never seen. Hello, dear. Did you have more to say about your glasses?
No, I didn't have anything to say about my glasses. I did have something to say about the conversation I just had. And also, every time I leave, I come back and you are either talking about Board Game Arena or Smut somehow.
That's not true, and it's Ronald's fault.
Okay, I walk away and you're like, so I've been having some balance issues lately. I come back. If there's more than 3 sex scenes, like I don't need to read them, but
That's Ronald's fault
how?
because I was talking about how I've never seen Marvelous Mrs. Maisel because there was a scene at the very beginning of the first episode that I thought was cringy, so I did not watch I just abandoned the show. And then he said, "But you read alien romance." And I'm like, how does that make sense? How do you connect that? But he thinks alien romance is cringy. I don't find it
Oh,
cringy.
okay.
I don't find it cringy. But anyway, on TikTok there is the Mrs. Maisel challenge because there was a dance
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in the show
I saw it.
in this current episode, this current season, this final season, and everybody is learning how to do the dance. And I recently, in my quest to find, I'm still trying to exercise, but I get bored really easy. So I rarely do the same exercise routine twice. I just jump around to different exercise routines. And recently, I do follow some fitness TikTokers, and one of them said something that really hit me. it- which was also on a podcast that I listened to, where basically they were saying it doesn't matter. You shouldn't be. Basically, what she was saying was you shouldn't be exercising to get thin or to look a certain way or whatever. You should be just exercising to feel good. And if that's the case, then you need to pick the exercise that makes you feel good, or
Hmm.
the one that you like the best, is the way she said it. And my thing was, well, I don't like anything. I don't like to sweat. I don't like to move. I don't like to breathe hard. So it's going to be real hard to find an exercise that I like because they all involve sweating and moving and breathing hard. I like to sit on my ass and watch TV. That's what I like. There's no exercise in that. But so I was thinking real hard, real hard. And it's like, well, I do kind of like to dance, but only if it's dance, not,
Dance
oh,
exercise.
this is aerobics, or this is jazzercise, or this is hip hop fitness, or what. No, because really they're doing fitness moves and planks and different things
And
like
just
that,
doing them in time to the music.
and yeah, disguising it as dance. Or like I do occasionally do the walking videos where it's like they play three, you know Jonas Brothers songs in a row, and you kind of,
Hmm.
but that's not dancing. That's not real dancing. And
Yeah,
I found,
that's why I like the fitness Marshall videos because it feels like they are like doing more dancing.
yeah. But I like Fitness Marshall, but they're still a little bit too fast to dance.
They're high intensity.
And so I found this lady who does beginning fitness tutorials, and I found her because she was doing a tutorial for that Mrs. Maisel's dance.
Mm.
And, I said, "Oh, I'd like to do this." And I watched her one time through, and I'm like, "I think I can do this." And I got up yesterday because for some reason this week I've already done morning yoga twice this week. I'm feeling kind of
Tired of the yoga.
I'm feeling not less tired. Like some days I feel more, some weeks I feel more tired than others. I'm not feeling more healthy or less tired or anything. I'm just, it's like my brain is more alert right
Hmm.
now, and I feel more inspired to do things.
Yeah.
So I've gotten up earlier several days this week than I normally do, and started my workday earlier and did yoga, morning bed yoga, when I get up to like stretch my body and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
I thought yesterday, I thought, okay, I'm gonna try this tutorial that I've saved for a couple weeks on my thing. I got up and the very first move where she just like kicks her feet back and forth
Mhm.
and I practically fell over.
Oh no!
I could not last on my
On one foot.
I could not last on one foot. Couldn't
Oh
last
my
on one foot, and
goodness.
I was disappointed, and I was like, "Ugh."
Did you not like try
I
to brace on the
because I
wall?
think no, because that's why it's on the list that I am in denial because I thought, "Oh, this is simple. Look at she's going real slow. Look how, easy this is. I can do this." Let me see. I'm going to bring up the video for you.
Mhm.
But I thought this is easy. I can do this. I'm not going to try to do it too fast at first. It's not going to be hard at all.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that dance. I remember seeing that dance on TikTok and not realizing what it was from, and then seeing like it's the side of TikTok that I'm on was not super into that, so I only saw it like a couple times as opposed to like when the Lizzo dance came out or whatever, and it was like everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, but apparently I'm on that side of TikTok because as soon as it came out, it was just like
Every
boom.
other video.
It was
Mhm.
like boom. I got several videos of that.
Mhm.
So, but and that happens to me a lot where I am in denial about what kind of fitness I am in. Let me get back to where she's doing the kick and swing. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh yeah, because it's a swing and then swing in front of the other leg and then
Yeah.
swing
Yeah,
back.
see how simple that looks.
Mhm.
See how simple that looks. And I thought, "Oh yeah, I can do that."
Mhm.
I thought, "No problem." And I tried with both legs and I just kept wobbling back and forth, falling over.
Well, you have always been sort of a wobbly person
And
in
I
my
thought and I
memory.
thought, "Oh, I can, maybe if I go a little bit faster, it won't, maybe I'm doing it too slow." And it was a little better when I swung my arms like she's doing,
Mhm.
but I still was wobbling. I still was wobbling. And so I'm like, okay. So once again, I'm just reminded that I'm not.
Just practice it. Doing like lean on the wall. Just put your hand on the wall for a little bit of balance. I was literally just telling my babysitting girls this because I have them do kids yoga, either kids yoga or dance every time.
No, you don't
Every,
want to see that, Ronald. You don't want to see me trying to do that dance. That
next
would be bad.
next live stream, we're gonna pull up a video and it's gonna be the two of us doing this dance. And we'll post it to
Yeah,
TikTok.
yeah, right.
But
I wouldn't even know how to set up my camera for you to see my full body doing that dance.
why would it be? It would really not be that hard.
It really would.
Anyway, I was literally just telling my babysitting girls this because I have them do kids yoga as soon as they get here to get some of their energy out and stuff like that, so that they're not all over the friggin' place while I'm babysitting them. And so they were doing kids yoga, and I had them do a longer video this time because their mom had said that they had a cupcake for their dad's birthday, and I was like, we got to do something about this. Um, so I one of the moves that the yoga instructor was telling them to do was for them to stand on one leg and then like hold their other leg behind them and hold it with their hand. And they both did it and they were like wobbling and then they like both sat down and I'm like, what's going on? Why are we not doing the yoga? And they're like, that move is hard. It's hard to balance. And I'm like, just put your hand out and hold something and it'll be okay. It'll help you balance a lot better. Just put your hand out and hold something. And then they did it and they're like, oh my gosh.
So, since we're talking about babysitting, Is the babysitting coming to an end, ma'am?
We will have to see. So, there is a wedding coming up, not a wedding that I'm working, but a wedding that's within the family of my babysitting family. And
Hmm.
so, babysitting dad's father might be coming back from India for the wedding.
Wait a
Um,
minute. Is babysitting dad Indian?
no, which is took me all by surprise. I did not realize that he was in India, but apparently that's just where he has decided to live. Um, but babysitting dad's father might be coming back from India for the wedding, and if he does, then he will, because of regulations and stuff, he will have to stay U.S. side for 2 months before he can go back to India. And
Okay.
so if he does come back for the wedding, then he will be living with them. And so he will be able to babysit the girls, which will mean they don't have to pay as much for babysitting. Like they don't have to pay for the
Hmm.
babysitting, which will help
Hmm.
them out. And then I will also be cut loose for a little while. And so I'll have time to maybe take some more hours at work, maybe spend some more time crocheting and stuff, or take more like festivals and stuff. And if he does do that, they may try to talk him into just staying for because the wedding would be in July, and then they only need me to the beginning of September.
Hmm.
And so they may just talk him into staying the rest of the time for the babysitting, and then
Hmm.
I'll
Let
just
go.
be, yeah, let go.
Hmm.
And then I will be free to. I really want to pick up like two extra markets, honestly.
Because I was
Two
about
extra
to ask you,
markets.
how do you feel about giving up the babysitting?
I don't mind giving up the babysitting. I am like, I love the girls, but they are like, uh, it's just children are frustrating.
Hmm.
Children are
They
frustrating.
are.
And I think it's almost more frustrating because they are not my kids. And so I am like trying to make sure that
Oh yeah,
they,
it is more frustrating that they're not your kids because it is a well-known fact, Ronald, just in case you don't know, it is not a joke. I don't like kids.
she doesn't
I do not like
at
kids.
all.
And the only thing that saved my fourth spawn to where they are here to be fully functioning adults is the fact that they were mine. Because if they were anybody else's, I would not
Hmm.
tolerate them.
Yeah, because it's like when they're your kids, then you raise them the way that you want them, the way that you want them to be. You have them do what you want them to do, have them act the way that you want them to act, and it's been like their whole life they've been like that, and so there's
Yeah,
like
but
a
some
basis.
sometimes kids are just going to be what they're going to be.
I mean, yeah, sometimes, but
Because I've got some,
don't you be telling stories about me being a bad child?
no, I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay,
I'm talking about I have some siblings.
okay. I was like,
And
don't you
and
out me like that?
and your father has some family members that, despite how they were raised, they still turned out a certain way.
That's true. That's true.
So
But
you can't always depend on the parents raising them a certain way and so then they'll be
mm,
okay. I tell people all the time, God knew that I have no patience for a difficult child. God knew that I did not want children to begin with. Your
mm.
father wanted children and I wanted him, so here we are. But and I have grown to like y'all.
Ooh,
But
y'all heard that? Like, not love. We are friends, acquaintances at best.
shut up, you know I love you. But I have always loved you. I didn't like you till you were old enough and could wipe your own butt and feed your own mouth
Mhm.
and dress your own body. That's when I could start liking you.
Mhm. Yeah, I like kids in like short little, cuz like doing farmers markets and doing birthday parties and stuff like that where I have the kid for like 5 maybe 7 minutes in my chair doing face paint or doing henna or something. Love that. Love that. I
Mhm.
love and like talking to the kids and blah blah blah, and then you get up and walk away. But like I sit with them for like 3 hours, and sometimes I have more energy. Ronald said that's savage.
um,
Yeah, oh, people always think I'm joking when I say that I don't like kids.
she does not like
They
children.
don't they,
So serious.
my kids understand that I don't like
She does
kids.
not like children. It's always so funny when we go to visit like a family member who has a baby, and like the baby will like coo and try to go to her, and she'll just be like holding the baby like, and then my dad will pick up the baby and be like, oh, and like playing with the baby and like bouncing him and blah blah blah, and she's like, thank you.
He wants to be grandpa so bad, and it's like you're out of luck because the only one who was even remotely going to give you kids decided that she doesn't want kids. So you're out of luck. But okay, so well, I the only thing I'm gonna say about the babysitting thing is I want what's best for you.
Mm.
You're an adult. I am coming to the fact that now that you are 30, alas, my job is done. Even though there were some things that I didn't finish, it's too late now because you're 30. So I am done raising you. So you do you.
What did you not finish? I am a lifelong learner. What do I need to know? Please help me. Does it have to do with taxes? Because those stress me out.
But I would feel better if you got more hours at the grocery store, provided that you like the grocery store job.
I don't mind it. I don't like working third shift. The actual
Mm.
job itself, if that job was during the day, would not be a problem. Working third shift is so frustrating to me. I'm surprised that I did it for 3 years working at Waffle House because, well, I'm not surprised because I didn't have, like, there was not really anything else going on in my life when I was working at Waffle House. But now I am at the house. I've got this business that I'm trying to run, and just everything is geared, everything in the world is geared towards people being awake during the day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I like, if I like right now, I need to remember that conversation that we had about the Mermaid Festival where I have to mail in that
Mhm.
application. I have
Mhm.
to try to find time to wake up. I was going to do it today and then I overslept and then we started the live stream. The post office closes at 4:30 and
Do
I
you
normally do not wake
do
up
you
until
not
4 p.m.
have stamps?
I no, why would I have stamps?
Do they not sell stamps at your grocery store?
Possibly. I need to go double check, I
Buy
guess.
stamps at your grocery store. Don't you have a mailbox?
I do.
You can you put stamps on the thing, put it in your mailbox, put the flag up,
Uh
and they will pick it up. You don't have to go to the post office.
lifelong learner. I've always gone to the post office because I usually mail
I
packages.
have forgotten. See things. You moved out too soon before I could teach you things about being a grown up. You moved out too soon.
I, I also I am a child of the internet and technology. Why would I don't mail things
Okay, well
like ever?
now you know what to do, so you don't have to wake up and go to the post office, so you don't have to
Good.
miss the mermaid thing. Okay, and Ronald misses Waffle
Waffle.
House because he's in Minnesota. Why did I think you were in Canada? I don't know why
Is
I thought.
Ronald Canadian? Is that why you we
No,
thought?
Ronald is not Canadian. I don't know why I thought he was in
Then
Canada.
why does Ronald know French? That's what I want to know because I also was thinking Ronald was Canadian.
That's why I thought he was Canadian. I thought he was Canadian because he knows French. What
We're
did
just
I
out here
know?
making up lore. Ronald, whatever your actual
What
life story is,
what is he doing here?
yeah,
What is Ari doing here?
working. He's supposed to be working. We had a phone call before I got on the live stream, and he's supposed to be working, but is
Ari,
here in the chat.
you are not supposed to be watching us. You're supposed to be working.
No, I told him to jump in.
Okay.
Ronald says his mailbox doesn't have a flag. Sometimes there's special rules. Teach me the rules, Ronald. This is how I feel. I feel the same way about when I was driving. When, like, because I've been driving for years. Ari says he's being supportive. Uh, I've been driving for years. The thing that I feel like was never taught to me is what do you do on the road when there's an ambulance? And now I know that you're supposed to like pull off to the side and like no matter where you are, like kind of get out of the way, pull off to the side. That was never taught to me until one day I had an ambulance coming up beside me, and then there was like everybody else was like pulling off to the side. I'm like, okay. Like, why did I know more that you're supposed to pull to the side for a funeral than for an ambulance? Why?
Because there's a lot of funerals around here. That's why.
That's true. They're dropping off like flies. Why was it not taught to me that I'm supposed to pull to the side for an ambulance? Is that somebody knocking at my door? Okay, you talk to the two viewers that we have now. I
Wow,
will
we
be back.
have all two viewers. But Ronald is from Louisiana. I kind of knew you were from Louisiana because I thought you were from the same place as I Heart Board Games. Go watch his channel. Um, but I wasn't 100% sure. I wasn't, and I'm not trying to be in anybody's business and ask questions about where they're from and all that other kind of stuff. As for you, Ari, hola, ¿qué pasa? See, that's all my Spanish for today.
Just this just in. When I had to leave earlier, I was concerned because my roommate was sniffling and dying and was asking for a thermometer because he was concerned that he might have a fever and be ill. Turns out he took a COVID test. Turns out COVID test was negative. It's just allergies and he's a little bit of a baby. Back to you.
Yay, thank you. Thank you for that report. We don't want so no so babysitting. I just hope I hope everything works out how you want it to work
Yeah,
out.
me too. I would be okay if I would be okay if the babysitting stops early. I really want to take more markets, but that depends on if we have moved or not. If we haven't moved, then I'll probably end up having to take more hours at the grocery store. But if we have moved, um,
That shouldn't be an if. That should be a when because your landlord is fainéant and you need to
well,
find
she's
a place because you don't trust her.
no, I don't trust her, but she has not given us any kind of 30-day notice to get out of the house. So until we have a 30-day notice,
And you didn't even say anything about the French I stuck in
I
there.
didn't. I was gonna accept it, and I believe it. I believe in you. Um, but yeah, it's not an if we're going to move. It's if we have moved by the time babysitting is over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if
Okay.
babysitting is over and we have moved, then we'll know. Ari said, "Preach it, Miss Danny." If we, I thought you were listening in your pocket, sir.
In
How
your
are you
pocket, which
responding
how
to us? Aren't you
exactly. You shouldn't be responding. You should be working.
oh, okay. But yeah, if we have moved by then we'll have an understanding of how much the rent is, how much we need to make rent. And then because right now I'm making a decent amount because I'm getting paid $15 an hour. And so $15 an hour for 3 days is about what I was making in a week working at like Bojangles and other places like
Mhm,
that. So I could maybe just pick up one extra day and be
mhm,
okay. And it's like most of my week off to do crafts and to do fairs and to do parties and stuff because
mhm.
I have been it like I have kind of been talking about it a little bit, but it really just hit me after talking to my henna mentor. I am one of the only henna artists in like the Western North Carolina area right now.
So that sounds like you could get some work.
I am. Everybody, I like head artists. And then from doing the first Friday's face paint, because I feel like my face paint is mediocre at best. Like, I make sure that kids walk away happy and I give them good vibes and like treat them like a little fairy or whatever. But I like have
Oh,
gotten
you put magic back in their wands.
yes, it was so cute because I started saying that because the kids are like picking up the wands and like I want the wands. Can I do something? And they're trying to wave them around, and I'm like, yeah, you can touch them and hold them, but the magic doesn't get activated until they're bought. I don't put any magic in them until you get ready to take them home with you. And so the parents like bought them the wands, and I did like a little ritual of like I took the wand. Let me take my crochet hook. I took the wand and I like brushed it and like and like blew on it and I gave it to, and they were ecstatic, so ecstatic.
Well,
It was
that
so
is
cute.
sweet. Ari, vamos trabajar. See, that's bad Spanish. Bad, bad Spanish.
It's not
Um,
that bad.
oh yeah, no, I put that's not even a good sentence. I don't think those words even go together.
You said go work, right?
That's what I tried to say. Okay, update on the payment debacle.
Who Ari said it was good. You're fine.
Ari's just being nice.
It's
But
probably a situation because I feel like this all the time. This is the last thing about language, and then we'll go back to the payment thing.
no,
But I
there's gonna be more language later, but keep
Oh,
going.
almost certainly. But I feel like if you can like piece
It's
together
right
a
there behind us. See, he said he is working.
see you know more Spanish than you think. But I feel like if you can piece together a sentence, even if it's not like specifically correct, as long as you like are pretty close, people will understand what you mean, and that's enough to get through the language until you get used to saying what you need to say. Like it's enough to try to hold some kind of conversation so that you can practice the language, even
Okay,
if it's not quite
Ronald,
right.
over here being trilingual. Thank you so much.
Mm, yeah,
Okay, talk about this payment debacle.
let me take you back to a time I like to call.
Okay, now keep in mind we've already been talking an hour and we hadn't even gotten to crafts yet, so make it fast.
It'll be fine. We talk, and all my stuff in the other sections are like super short, other than crafts. So, but let me take you back to a time I like to call April 2023. The sun was shining, the weather was great. I drove an hour to Tennessee to do henna at ETSU. Okay, so that happened. Pull it forward to earlier this week. I called her. I called her like 5 days in a row and said, "Hey, it's Maya, the henna artist, just calling again about Unity Fest because I don't know if it's my bank or if it's your bank. Just hit me up or just give me a call whenever you figure out this is my number. Da, 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 da.
So
Hey,
where did
it's
you
Maya."
left off? Because you're calling her about the bank. Is she saying that she already deposited it and you're just not seeing it?
She finally called me, and thank goodness I woke up because I was dead asleep, and then I open my eyes and see that 423 number, and I'm like, that's Tennessee. And so I answer the phone, and she's like, "Oh, thank you so much for calling me over and over. That you did the right thing. That's like if anything like this happens, definitely just keep calling me like that so I can keep following up." And I'm like, "I know I did the right thing. You owe me $600." Um, so she's
I
like,
don't think
my
you should say that out loud.
Oh, absolutely not. These are the asides. These are if we were in theater, this is what I would be saying facing the audience. Um so I said oh, so she said her assistant has been out of the office for like 2 weeks, and I'm like, if you can't do anything without your assistant there, what are you, maybe somebody else needs to take over your job? Is it really like maybe you need to delegate? And so I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, your assistant's been out. Okay, so is your assistant back in?" And she's like, "Yes." And that's when we were finally able to go over it, and we finally figured out what was going on. It was actually on our end. I knew it was on your end. I knew I hadn't seen that $600 in my bank. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So she said that because I had to fill out a W-9 to be able to get payment from them. And then she asked me to send her an invoice to get payment from them. And she said that on the W-9 is my government, my name, my government. And on the invoice is my business name, which is Maya Mendy. And she originally, which this is an issue that I have all the time, it makes me want to change my business name because my name is Maya Sanders. My business name is Maya Mendy. Mendy being the act of doing henna, or like henna the art.
Okay, so pause. What you should do if you deal with them further, do your invoice Maya Sanders. The second line should be D/B/A, which is doing business as Maya Mendy.
Okay, so you and I need to have a conversation about how to do this, how to correct this later, because I'm doing my invoices through Square, and my Square is set up under Maya Sanders has set up this business account. the Square account, but it shows up as Maya Mendy.
Okay.
But the thing that confuses me is I have since I this year have filled out all of my like tax stuff and stuff. So I, business girl, entrepreneur, she's working girl boss, have an EIN number. And
Oh,
so when Yes. And so when I filled out that W-9, it says Maya Sanders, and then underneath it says business name Maya Mendy, and then it has my EIN, which is connected to both my government and my business name. And so I said, and so we went back and forth for a minute because she's like, on the invoice it says Maya Mendy, on the thing it says Maya Sanders, and so that's why the financial department didn't. That's why we didn't get the payment through. And I'm like, but on my W-9, it also has my business name.
strangely enough, we're having a similar problem with one of, I do medical billing, and we're having a similar problem with an insurance company and one of our doctors because for some reason they don't want to show us um, his claims
Mm-hmm.
because you have the doctor's name and then you have his business name.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want to show us the claims if we turn in if anything has his
His business name on it.
I think it's his business name on it.
But I just don't understand. And this is again into that like, why does the government make things so complicated? I don't understand why, if they had my invoice with my business name on it, and then they had my W-9 that has both my government and my business name on it, why there was not a connection there. And I asked her this. I was like, because I fully was getting kind of frustrated because again, I just woke up and she owes me $600. And
Mm.
so I actually did ask her, not as an aside to the audience, but I actually asked her, I was like, okay, I just am not sure that I understand why there's an issue because the invoice has my business name on it, but the W-9 also has my business name and my EIN on it, as well as my full name. And she's like, oh, well, she's, her answer was, oh, well, the W-9 goes to the financial department, so I don't even see that. It just goes to the financial department so that I can have permission to pay you. And I'm like, well, if my W-9 is going to the financial department and that's where the money's coming out of, why did I have to send my invoice to you instead of sending my invoice to the financial department? I don't understand. But she said that if I go into the invoice and put in the invoice, in the notes of the invoice, make check payable to Maya Sanders, then it should all work out. I need to figure out how to put my see, Ronald, I also don't really want to work with her in the future, but again, that's $600. And I am poor. Because she said at the end of the phone call, yeah, I really want to get this sorted out because I want to hire you again in August. So she like this
So y'all
would
got something coming up in just a few more months. This isn't a once a year thing.
yeah. So this would be a good partnership. It's just I don't understand how all their financial stuff works. It is hard to get in contact with her. I can't just drive over there because that's an hour drive. It's just that is the stuff that's frustrating me is it's and like I'll excuse the assistant being out of the office for 2 weeks. That I understand, but it has been over 2 weeks since I've worked the festival and I've been calling on and off the whole time. Like it's definitely one of those,
So
and I know that she's going to pay me because she has paid me before. I know that she's going to pay me, and I filled out the
mhm.
W-9 and I
But
have
yeah,
the example of the invoice and everything.
you want to get it straightened out so you don't have to deal with this issue every time so that the next time she can just pay you and there's not this calling back and forth.
Exactly, because if we can get that sorted out, sure, I'll drive to Tennessee. I'll drive to Tennessee every time you want me to. But thank you, Ronald. She needs to get those ducks in a row.
So your friend who is also a business owner, maybe she can give you some tips on the best way to address your invoices and what have you so that you can get paid properly.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to her soon because I think she has a Square as well, and I just need to figure out like, do I need to
Because
put?
I can't really be as much help to you
No, okay,
because even though I'm an independent contractor for my work as well, I do not have an EIN. I am not,
okay.
do not have an LLC or anything else like that because all I'm doing is working for this one, group of doctors, and I'm not trying to, you know, have an enterprise like you are. I'm just trying, I'm just trying to get a check. That's all.
Yeah,
So,
I'll talk to her and see if we can get this figured out. Because if I can get that sorted out, and if it's just as simple as putting my name in the Square. Furthermore,
yeah.
she's worked with you in the past. She's paid you in the past. It should be. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that difficult. Last time they paid me through PayPal. I think I sent a PayPal invoice or something. And this time, and I didn't
And
fill
they
out the
and they pro
W-9.
and they probably got in trouble for that and was told
Maybe.
you need to do the finance office in future or whatever. And so now they got to have it all, their ducks in a row, as Ronald says.
Maybe because I didn't fill out a W-9 last time either. And
Yeah.
so, yeah. And
So maybe they
so,
just paid you like that one time because they didn't know if your services were going to work out or whatever, and now they
mhm.
know, and so they need to formalize your working relationship and do the W-9 and all of that.
Yeah, if we can figure out how to get me paid within the month, I will be happy. Even if it takes a few days, if you can get me paid within the month, but it has been almost 2 months at this point.
Yeah.
Like that is, it feels unprofessional.
Okay, now this last thing, someone trying to scam you, I'm concerned.
Okay, so I get a message because your girl's popping off. I'm posting on Instagram, I'm posting on the TikToks, I'm posting on the Facebook, and I get a message from somebody who's like, "Oh hey, I would like to hire you from." Actually, let me bring up these Instagram messages. Let me bring up the receipts, and I will paraphrase because it was a good bit. Um, okay. So way back. Okay. She says, "Hello, how are you doing today? I wanted to know if you could handle face painting at my daughter's party." And I'm like, and she said her daughter's birthday is coming up on the 20th. And she weirdly said, "I would like your services for balloon twisting and face painting for 80 kids and 50 adults. Would you like me, what's the total cost? I live in Hot Springs." And I'm like, sorry, I can't do balloon twisting, but I can do face painting and henna. And I gave her my rate, which is $55 an hour, with a deposit of $55 up
Wait,
front.
55, isn't that your friendly rate?
No, 55 is my base right now.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
I thought that was your rate for friends and you went higher for other people.
45 is my friend rate. If I know you, or if we have been doing business for a minute, like I do for First Fridays, 45 is the rate. If you are a stranger and I don't know you from Adam, my rate right now is 55. And if you are ETSU, my rate is $75 an hour. And if it's a wedding, my rate is $100 an hour. Not just ETSU, but like if it's a big business, just
Mhm.
but big business and you've got money, $75 an hour. And if it's a wedding, it's $100 an hour, and I will not do any less because weddings stress me out so much. But I said $55 an hour with a $55 deposit up front. So I need that first hour paid up front because I had somebody like say, "Hey, can you do this like get together for me?" And then I got the day off of work and they ghosted me.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So I'm like, I need to deposit now before I ask for the day off of work because I'm not doing that.
Mhm. Mhm.
And $10 for gas because Hot Springs is like a good 45 minutes away from me. Um, and so she said, "How many hours will it take for you to do this number of guests?" And I'm like, I don't think I can get to everybody because that's 80 kids and 50 adults. That's far too many people, but I'll do as many as I can in the amount of time. And she said, and then she said, "Okay, let me know the cost of your service for 6 hours." And I was like, okay, I already said how much it costs, but I was like, I'll just restate it. And so I restated the cost. And she's like, "It sounds good. This meets up with my budget for the job." And she said, I'll do the payment in full. I'm going to do a check. I want you to have me booked." And I said, awesome. If you're paying by check, I still need it a week in advance so I can get off work. And to book I need it a week in advance to book the appointment so I can get off
Mhm.
work.
Mhm.
Where would you like to meet me, or to give me the check with get the details for the check or whatever? And
Mhm.
she was saying, like, basically, this is me going off memory now, but she was saying, oh, I'll email you the check and then you can deposit it in your banking app. And I'm like, okay, I've been having some issues with my banking app. Fully, I have been locked out of checking my bank through the online, like, properly. This isn't even me messing around.
Mhm.
um and I'm like, so I can't do it that way. And I'm like, but I can deposit a check through PayPal. And she's like, we went back and forth a little bit, and then she stopped texting me, and then she texted me again earlier, or she messaged me again earlier this week. I missed it, but I was like, but long story short, she said, I can't, my bank has not authorized my checks to go through PayPal. It has to go through your bank. And I'm like, through your bank app. And I'm like, well, I don't have access to my bank app. And I'm like, she's like, we can't do PayPal. And I'm like, what's wrong with PayPal? She says not authorized. And then she asked me, she's like, by the way, what's the name of your bank? And I'm like, her asking me what the name of my bank is weirded me out, because you don't need the name of somebody's bank to write them a check. Correct?
Correct.
You just write the check. And so I avoided giving her the name of my bank. And so I was like, I can't, because also I can't access my banking app anyway. So she doesn't need to know the name of my bank, period. Because unless she works at my bank, cannot give me access to my banking app. And I'm like,
Mhm.
I can't access my banking app, and PayPal is connected to that bank. So if you send me the check, if you email me the check, she was going to email me a picture of the check so I could scan it in PayPal. And I was like, if you email me the check, I can scan it through PayPal. PayPal's connected to my bank. And she's like, well, it's not authorized to go through PayPal. And I'm like, okay. Well,
I didn't realize you could do mobile deposit through PayPal.
yeah, I did that back when I was working that phone job for, what was it, T-Mobile or whatever, or AT&T. I was working for AT&T when we got our checks, because the main location was in Tennessee, and that is like an hour drive for me, and so the checks would get mailed to us, and then I would just take the picture of it, or I would drive in. I can't remember how we did it, but it just made it easier to deposit the checks, essentially.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, we were just going back and forth. Let me get to the end. Um, yeah, I said, why do I need to use my bank instead of PayPal? It's connected to the same thing. And she said, my bank is authorized to be deposited to bank app alone. I'll have the check sent by the morning, because I said, I conveniently have the afternoon that you want me to do the party off, but I will need the check in full tomorrow before Saturday, because she wanted me there this Saturday. And I was like, I will need the check in full before Saturday if you want me to be there, because she took so long getting back to me about sending that check. And she said it's authorized to go by bank app alone, and I'll have the check in the morning. And she said, also, I'll need a favor from you. What's the name of your bank? And I'm like, I cannot access my bank app. If you cannot write me a check to deposit through PayPal, I cannot be there, because she asked me like 3 or 4 separate times for the name of my bank, and it wigged me out. And my inner scam
Mhm.
goddess was like, this feels
Mhm.
sus. And so I looked it up. I was like, because I was like, I'm not a real adult, maybe I don't know things. And so I looked it up, and I was like, do you need the name of someone's bank to deposit, to write a check? And then I looked up, like, why would someone ask for you the name of your bank to write a check? And I looked it up, and that is a scam that some people are
Mhm.
doing. Is they will say that they're gonna get you for a service or something, they'll get the name of your bank, and then they will later send you an email posing as your bank, asking for your information.
Mhm.
And so I was like, no, no, absolutely not. Either you can
Good
send me a
girl.
check that I can post through PayPal, because there is no reason, because that also sounded suspicious. Why would your bank only authorize your checks to go through a bank app? That sounds fake news.
Fake.
It sounds fake news.
Good girl. Good girl. Side note, quick, I'm not going to go too far, but your father just had a similar issue of he was at work and he's the one in charge of his job. When they occasionally they decide to, him and his coworkers decide to pool together to buy lottery tickets, right?
Mhm.
Just as a pastime, and so they send him the money through his Cash App,
Mhm.
and so
The app for scammers.
which I didn't find out till a couple weeks ago, but I think we've had this discussion already.
Yeah.
And so he comes storming in the door 2 nights ago and he says, somebody was trying to scam either me or one of my coworkers through the Cash App.
Not through the Cash App.
I said, oh, well, I just found out the Cash App is for scammers, honey. What happened to you? And he said, Cash App is for scammers. I said, yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Y'all, Daddy
But,
needs to listen. I feel like Daddy might enjoy Scam Goddess. Daddy needs to listen to Scam Goddess.
but so basically he was at work just boopty boopty booping. He gets a notification on his phone that he has that one of his coworkers sent him $1,300 and then sent him another $125. And then he's like, oh, I know she ain't got it like that. And we ain't friends like that. Why did she
Mhm.
send me this money? He tried to call her and tried to call her and tried to call her. And for some reason, she wasn't picking up her phone. I don't know if she was, like working the gate or whatever,
Mhm.
but she wasn't picking up her phone. So he was finally like, this, I know this ain't my money. So I'm just turning this right back around to her.
Mhm.
So he turned it right back around to her. And then all of a sudden, Cash App comes and takes $125 from him.
So it
Um,
looked like it sent it to him, but it didn't actually. And then it pulled when he tried to send it back.
no,
It pulled the. Oh,
no,
okay.
no, it was the opposite. It did send to him. He sent it back to her, but it didn't go to her because she was, as soon as it came out of her bank, she must have got a notification. So she's on the phone with who she thinks is Apple support or somebody, and it wasn't really them. And so somehow with her talking to them, she gave them too much information so that when he sent the money back, it went to them, to the
Oh
scammers. The money went
no.
to the scammers, which I had
Was it?
heard it. I'm not describing
Mhm.
it properly, but I've heard of the same exact scam of once you call and think you're talking to support, you
Mhm.
open the lines up to where they can get your money. Okay.
Yeah. Or
I
the
don't
way.
remember I don't remember exactly how it works, but when he was describing it, I said, "Oh yeah, I remember reading about that." And she got because that money never went back in her bank. He sent it back, but it went to whoever the scammer was. But then because Cash App got notified, Cash App took $125 out of his bank. They would have taken the whole 13 or
That's what I was about to
1425,
ask.
they would have taken the whole amount except the bank that he uses attached to his Cash App, he uses
Locked it down.
no, he uses it specifically just for his allowance that he sets aside for his gas money and his food on work days.
Uh huh.
So there's never more than like $100 in there.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't enough for them to,
So
to
there
pull
wasn't
out of
enough
there.
for them to take the $1,000.
Bruh. Yeah, because I was about to ask that. Did they take the only the 150 or whatever? Or did they take the whole 13?
No, they would have took the whole amount. And because he contacted Cash App and is like, I already sent her back the I think it was I'm saying it wrong. I think it was 1,200 and then 125 because I think the whole amount was 1,325.
Mm-hmm.
So he had already sent her back the whole 1,325, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they came back through and got 125 because that's what was in his bank account.
Bruh.
Cash App did, not the scammers. Cash App did to try to
Correct it.
correct her situation. But he's like, do you not see that I already sent this back to her? Because it already says on the app.
That it got sent
Yeah,
back.
he got a notification that
So
he
did
sent
he get his 125
125
back?
back to her. I don't know. He's still dealing with them.
Oh my goodness.
So, but at least it wasn't worse. I
Yeah,
mean, we can we,
absolutely.
we can survive the 125 being gone, although he's pissed off about it, but it's not the end of the world. 1325 would have been like, our vacation is canceled.
Yeah.
'Cause that's just ridiculous. But
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
Oh, scammer, scammer, scammer. But I'm glad you
Scammers.
good thing you listened to Scam Goddess and knew better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are we going into crafty thoughts? Or are we because it's
Sure.
already an hour and a half. Are we going into crafty thoughts or are we
I mean, I was prepared to be here for like 3 or 4 hours. So,
okay? Well, I'm good. So even
so
though
what kind of
even though
crafts?
even though I should be working, but
Okay, let's start from the top. So the cozy hoodie still on hiatus. And I think we have, because nobody else is crocheting this cozy hoodie with us, I think we have collectively decided we're not doing that anymore. It's not it. It's a really cute pattern. It is a very the hoodie looks so cute and so cozy. It is eating yarn. Eating yarn
yes.
like there's no tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's eating yarn and it's just a
And it's
practice in frustration because I mean, uh, already knitting and crocheting are examples of slow fashion, if you will, that you are, you know, making something that is supposed to last for a while and that you get enjoyment out of working on it. But just like I was telling somebody the other day, I am halfway between a process and a product knitter or
mm-hmm.
stitcher, meaning the way I described it to somebody on TikTok the other day, I like having the finished object.
Yep.
I like being able to say I made the finished object when somebody
Yep.
asks me, "Where did you get that?" Which never happens to me, by the way, because I never make things for myself. That's why I'm going to make at least one or two more things to wear on vacation other than headbands,
Mm-hmm.
so that somebody will notice that I've made something for myself. But so I like to be able to say I made it, and I like to be able to look upon the finished project and go, "Oh, that looks so nice."
Mm-hmm.
And I even enjoyed the very beginning part of it, and I get about one third into making something, and then I'm like, "Oh
This is
my
taking
god,
forever.
this is taking too long. I hate this." And that's usually where I end up putting it down. And then I can pick it up and treat it like it's a new project all over again, like I'm starting the first one third all over again. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I get a project finished, but a lot of times I do the one third, sit it down, and just give up on it.
Pause for just a second. Ari in the chat is saying he has been saying for years that he wants a Kingdom Hearts Keyblade, and the Lord has just not laid it upon my heart to put my energy into that. So talk to my
Wait a minute,
mother.
is he talking about a keyblade like on the picture of it on a pillow
No,
or
like a crochet keyblade. We I think together found a pattern for a plushy keyblade, and
oh, a plushie?
it has not been laid upon my spirit to put 20 hours into that. But maybe my mother will make this for you. She's been wanting to make amigurumis and plushies and stuff. Maybe my mother will make this for you.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You'll have to show me what it looks like. I'm curious now.
Yeah, I'll look it up and maybe we'll put the thing in the chat. And honestly, I now that I am doing commissions, once I get past the Mermaid Festival, because I have 4 events that weekend. I've got the weekend of the Mermaid Festival, I've got the Mermaid Festival Saturday morning, and then I have a night market, a full moon night market that same night that goes until midnight. And then the next morning, I've got the
Ooh,
BIPOC market.
where's the night market?
It's at a brewery in Asheville.
Ooh, that
I
sounds
think they're
fun.
releasing a new flavor or something.
Are they gonna have food?
I think so. Are you planning on coming to this night market?
I'm just curious. Is it a thing that they have? I'm just fascinated by the concept of night markets in general, and because the ones I've seen online or on television, they have lots of different yummy foods and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
there's definitely gonna be some food and stuff there. We're gonna have food and drinks, and they pulled me in because of my general aesthetic, because they're gonna have like a tarot reader and different stuff like
mhm.
that. And so I'm gonna be doing henna. Um, but and I asked them specifically, can I bring the rest of my stuff? And they said yeah.
Cool.
But I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna light my area so that I can see to do henna and face paint. I need to get some sort of overhead lighting so I can see what's going on.
Well, I'm sure it's not going to be totally dark. You're going to be inside the. Are you going to be inside or outside?
I don't know. They said they were going to send me more information. So I need to figure that out because the other night markets that I've done have been outside.
Oh, you've done night markets
Yeah,
before.
I've done a couple night markets. One of my favorite ones was it was at the auditorium, ODD auditorium in Asheville, and I was right across the way from people who brought like a not a what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. Not a forge, but it's like when it's smaller. But they were like making like daggers and stuff, like heating the metal and like hammering on an anvil like directly in front of me. And so I could see like the glow of their little forge thing across the way from me. And it was, oh, you've probably seen a picture of when I went to that market. It was back when I had my mohawk and I put fairy lights in my mohawk.
I don't think I've seen those pictures, but you'll have to show it to me.
I'll
I
find the
might I
pictures
might
later.
remember once I see the pictures.
Yeah,
But
well, yeah, I'll find them
Ari
later.
says he has a lifetime to wait for that Keyblade plushie, so you may
Uh,
be waiting a lifetime, sir.
Maybe I might add it to I will figure out I might add it to my commission stuff after that weekend because like I was saying, I've got Mermaid Festival Saturday morning and then night market, the full moon night market that night up until midnight. It ends at midnight. And then the next day at noon, I've got the BIPOC market again. And then directly after the BIPOC market, I'm actually going to have to leave a little bit early from the BIPOC market. I've got a birthday party.
Lord girl.
That weekend is packed.
Lord girl. It sounds like it.
No, it wasn't when you were at the auditorium. It was that same event. But it wasn't when you were at the auditorium. It was another time because they did that event multiple weekends. But it was another time because I think when you were there, I was inside, like sitting at the table. But they did that multiple times, and I was outside one of those times.
Okay, so the cozy hoodie is on hiatus.
Yes.
Possibly permanent hiatus because
Yep.
I'm already plotting on things to do with all that black yarn
Yup.
that I've got sitting over there.
That was my next point. What if, hear me out, we do a hexagon cardigan? I've
What
been.
is what is a hexagon cardigan? Do
Have
you
you
have
not?
a link?
Have you not seen a hexagon? No, just look up hexagon cardigan. Just literally anywhere, look up crochet hexagon cardigan, and I'm sure that you will find so many pictures because you just make two hexagons, but they're like
Oh,
slightly deformed hexagons, and then you fold them in half, and it makes the sleeves and the thing, and you just sew it down the back.
oh, Google art. It has an image next to it. You know how sometimes when you do a search, like
Oh,
for
good,
like
official.
for a famous person,
Yeah,
like you do a search for like Michael Jackson, then they'll have a little picture of Michael Jackson right next to
yeah.
it in the thing before you even pull it up.
Google said
Yeah,
this is it. This is what you're looking for, girly.
they already had a picture.
Google said it's popular enough. This is what you need.
Oh,
But yeah,
oh,
you just crochet two like slightly deformed like granny square hexagons.
slightly deformed.
Well, because they don't lay flat. Like if you try to lay them flat, there's a bit of a wrinkle because they need the extra fabric there.
Yeah,
And so then you
that's what's going on with this hexagon blanket. Mine is not because you see, I don't know. Well, I don't think you can see, but these are like bubbly
mm-hmm.
through here. There's bubbles
So
through
picture
here.
that, but like on purpose.
Well, the lady who designed this said this was on purpose because she says it adds dimension to the blanket.
Okay.
So, but yeah, hexagon cardigan. Okay.
Yeah, like pull up that rainbow one that's in the bottom left hand corner. And you can kind of
Rain.
see it should be bottom left hand corner. It looks rainbow to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see where because the
See,
center of the hexagon is in your
that's my
armpit.
vibe because I like rainbow with black.
Mm-hmm.
So, although I would never wear that, but I like rainbow with black.
Why? How is it your vibe if you
I
would
mean,
never wear it?
who is gonna wear that? Well, I mean, I like it as a blanket
Me, I would wear that.
or a purse. I can't see me wearing that as a person.
Why not? It's cute.
I can't see myself wearing it. I just can't.
Okay, but could you see myself wearing it?
Oh, I can see you wearing it all day and twice on Sunday. I
Exactly.
can't see me wearing it.
But yeah, you just
I
make the
mean,
hexagon and the center of the hexagon
this
is like
one's
in your armpit.
closer to something I would wear
That's what I'm thinking. I'm
because
thinking
it's
I
long.
mhm. See, I don't want to make a long one like long in the torso section. I think I want to make one that's a little cropped and then just make the
Mhm.
sleeves longer.
See, part of me is tempted to make a cropped one simply because I've got all that booty, and I feel like a crop would sit like right on top of the
Mhm.
booty
In a cute space, yeah.
in a cute space. Whereas I now how do I stop sharing this so that it'll just how about if I do that?
Are we still figuring out the internet? What are
Oh.
you doing?
Uh, For so I'm forget I can't seem to remember how I did it before where I could just like gray out the thing, but then click back on it and it would show it again right quick instead of me having to set up the share screen over and over. I
Uh,
can't remember how I did last time, and I've clicked on three different things and none of them work. It just completely closes the window, so I don't know what I'm doing.
well, we can
But
figure it out next time.
we can figure that out for next time. But yeah, I mean, a hexagon is not on the top of my list, but I could see possibly making one of those if I find one with that I like.
Yeah, because I was thinking because I got that like
But I
salmony
can see
color.
I can see you making that.
Yeah, because I got the salmony color and the gray, so I was thinking I do one
Yeah.
side in salmon and one side in gray, and then just have like a split toned like
I could
cardigan.
yeah, I could definitely see you doing it. Okay, you're saying disaster has struck your baby blanket.
Okay, so I need you to brace yourself
Oh God.
because I was making the baby blanket on the knitting machine that sat comfortably in your house since at least 1996 or something. I set it up in the living room because that's a space where I have the most space and I can knit in the middle of the night without interrupting anyone's sleep. And we were sitting at the table the other day, and one of my roommates accidentally slammed his arm down, and it flipped the entire knitting machine upside down onto the floor. That's why I said brace yourself. The knitting machine is okay, still workable. There is a single hairline crack where the two pieces of the knitting machine come together. Like this is the two pieces of the knitting machine
Hmm.
and it comes together. There's a single hairline crack that I have finally just found my Gorilla Glue for. So I'm going to glue it back together and it still like holds together. I just want to glue it together so there's no chance of it like popping, like snapping any further, popping off.
Hmm.
But 90% of my blanket fell off and part of like some of the blanket like caught on the needles and got pulled, and so like in the dead center of the blanket there was a thread that got pulled and looked awful, so I had to take apart the entire blanket. The You can stop bracing yourself. The knitting machine is totally okay. Maybe don't
Oh,
stop
I'm
bracing.
not bracing myself about the knitting machine because we already got our money's worth out of that thing. We've been holding it for 30 years. So I've got my money's worth out of that. So I'm not worried about the knitting. That thing could have smashed into four separate pieces and I wouldn't care at this point.
That's what I was concerned about, was the
Other
knitting
other
machine.
other than you would be disappointed. I'm more concerned that you're getting a commission for this blanket and now you got to start over.
Yeah, the I had to take out the entire thing, which I was maybe halfway through. Had
Mhm.
to take out the entire thing. And so I couldn't find my glue in time. Didn't want to try to put it back on the knitting machine and start
Mhm.
trying that process again because
Mhm.
I don't want to leave it in the living room again until I have a space where I feel like it's going to be safe. We are in
Mhm.
the process of clearing out one of the corners of our living room so that I can set up one of my market tables in there, and then that will be just my space where
Mhm.
I can work on stuff and not have to worry about coming in the office and
Mhm.
waking up our new roommate
Yeah,
or
because if this is your business and you are being serious about it, it is time that you carve out a good space for yourself so that you can do more work and get things.
well, The thing is, I had a good space where you see me right now with this backdrop. This was my office. I
Mhm.
had a good space. All of my craft things are scattered around me. But then we got a new roommate. New roommate needs somewhere to sleep. The only other sleeping space that we have is this hammock that I'm currently sitting in.
Mhm. And
And it
I
saves an
understand
office.
that
Yeah.
you're being generous and helping a person in need, so I applaud you for that.
It's just now all of my stuff is in here, and I can't go in here in the middle of the night, which is when I'm awake because I work third shift. So, but I had to take apart the entire blanket. If you can vamp with the people for like 2 minutes, because that's one of the bags I forgot to grab to bring in here. If you can
Mhm.
vamp with the people for 2 minutes, I can show you where I am on the restart of the blanket.
Vamping with the people. Vamping with the people. I have a suggestion for her on the restart, but she probably won't listen. Okay. Vamping with the people, vamping with people. Let me see what's on our list that would be worth vamping about. Let's see. Okay, I can give you one of my shower thoughts, which is I was watching an ad for Walmart Plus the other day, and my son and my husband pretty much cooks his own food because he goes on and off on these diets or whatever. And very funny, Ari. Yeah, maybe I'll tell her when I see how what she's done if she hasn't gone too far. But um, I don't want to stifle her creativity, Ari. But Walmart Plus, we pay, so pretty much it's me and my son who do the food together. So we cool, Ronald. I am crocheting. Um and so I'm gonna get this thought out, Maya, and then we can get
No,
back
you're
to
good.
your thing. But anyway, we've been using Walmart Plus for the last couple months. It works really well for us. Basically, you pay a fee for the month or for the year, and then you don't have to do the kind of like the Amazon Prime, where you don't have to pay per grocery trip or per delivery for the shipping fees and stuff like that. It works great for us. It's worth it for us. And and but they started a service just the other week, and they have a new ad for it, and I'm like, this is when I heard about the service, I'm like, this is a nightmare. And then when they saw the new ad for it just the other day, I'm like, oh no, this just clarifies my nightmare. I do not want this. The new the new Walmart Plus service is where they will, and Amazon does the same thing too, is my understanding, is where not only will they deliver your groceries to your house, but they will come in your house.
Hate it. Oh, I thought
And
this is what you were talking about when you put it on the list.
they will come in your house and put it in your refrigerator or whatever.
Absolutely not. I don't need you to see how messy my refrigerator is. Get out.
And I was trying to see if I could find the commercial to play in the background while we are
Also, how are they gonna find your refrigerator? Like how? Because like you and I don't live in big houses, but say you live in like a bigger kind of spaced out house or whatever. Are you just gonna have some Amazon or Walmart delivery person wandering through your house looking for your fridge?
because I mean, the way they first had it was, oh, they'll go ahead and put it in your, garage. They'll put it inside your garage for you or whatever. But this ad shows them coming in your house. And the ad, I can't seem to find the ad, but the ad has shows this woman coming in a house, stepping over toys and stuff like this, and then you see a mother um with a baby that's crying, and she's trying to shush the baby and stuff, and the Walmart hat lady has like, Walmart jacket and Walmart hat on, which they don't have, by the way. They come up to your house and they are in their regular car with their regular clothes on, and they don't have any kind of identifying anything on
Yeah,
when
this immediately makes my true crime slash scam goddess brain fire off immediately. Like you have one on the Walmart side, you're supposed to go into somebody's
Okay,
house, you don't
here's
know them,
another one. Oh my God, this one's even worse. This is not even the commercial that I saw, but this is another one. Oh my God. Oh my God.
pull it up, we gotta see it.
Oh, let me took it back to the beginning because it's like a 15-second commercial.
Yeah,
Okay.
you pull it up and then I will say what I needed to say because the whole idea of this stresses me out on so many different levels.
Okay. Here we go.
Pulling up the video, pulling up. Oop. Oh my goodness. Is it gonna have sound?
No, I turned it down. I turned
Okay.
the sound down.
So for
So,
those of you who can't see, it's a child finger painting on the cabinet. Oh my goodness. And then this Walmart lady just opens her fridge while the kids are running around fighting around her. Oh my, and they throwing cereal everywhere. Oh my goodness.
okay, the one that I saw, the lady comes in and puts the groceries away, and the mother's trying to get the baby to quiet down or whatever. And okay, I figured out how to do it. Okay. She's trying to get the baby to quiet down. And then the Walmart lady goes and grabs the pacifier and
Absolutely not.
that is sitting on the other side and hands it to the mother to give to the baby. And the baby is looking back at the Walmart lady like, oh, thank you. After the Walmart lady has come in and stepped over all the toys and crunched on the Cheerios on the floor and
Not
and
I
gone to put food in your refrigerator. They
not
always
I
show
can
they
be your
always
hero
show them
Walmart.
yeah, they always show them coming in and putting food in your refrigerator.
Yeah, exactly, Ari. Wow, she looks like she lives there. Exactly.
Exactly.
This is
And,
not
and on
business.
the commercial that we just watched, it looks like she was 2 seconds from intervening with those 2 kids beating each other over the
Exactly.
head.
Exactly. There needs to be more of a clear separation
And
of
they're showing 3 different
business.
families. This commercial that they're showing 3 different families in the commercial. Because you got one commercial where the kid is, like,
Finger
painting
painting on the
finger
wall.
painting blue on the cabinets, and the guy coming in, and I can't tell whether he is that baby's parent or the Walmart person, but he's rolling his eyes. And then there's
Mhm.
another one with 2 little black kids fighting each other, and a guy coming in with holding a big bag of dog food, and he's kind of rolling his eyes. And I'm like,
Like,
okay, are
who's
you
in charge of these
okay?
children?
Wait a minute, are you Walmart people rolling your eyes at my house situation? Then don't come in and give my groceries.
And if you're not the Walmart people,
And then
control your children.
the last lady was clearly a Walmart lady because she had Walmart uniform
Mhm.
on, putting stuff in the refrigerator, but she looked like she was about to discipline those children.
Ronald Walmart now with nanny services. Get your super nanny through Walmart. Great value nanny.
Great
But
value, Nanny.
also, it's stressing me out so much because immediately my true crime scam guy's brain goes off. Because if you're that Walmart employee, you're walking into somebody's house, you've never been there before, you don't know who lives there, you could get hurt, you could get abducted, you could get snatched up, or worse. If you're the people in the house, somebody's walking up in your house, and if you're like, God forbid, you try to order this service and you're like somebody living alone, and somebody walks up in your house, or you order the service and somebody is scamming and they say, oh, you ordered Walmart service, didn't you? And someone who doesn't even work for Walmart just walks up in your house
Because
saying that they work for Walmart.
around here, the people who deliver Walmart, I repeat, are in regular cars, in regular clothes. And your brother and I, who are both, yeah, Ronald appreciates your great value nanny. Um, your brother and I, who are both um introverts, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
they knock on the door because we just got groceries the other day. They knock on the door. We sit there. We kind of peek out the window.
And ignore it.
Wait till they get back in their car, and then we go to the porch to start picking up the groceries because some people will not leave the driveway till they make sure somebody's coming out to get those groceries. They sit in their car waiting to see if we're really here to get the groceries. or if somebody's stealing. I guess they're doing it to see if somebody's going to
to make
steal the
sure nobody's gonna
groceries.
come to your porch to steal your groceries.
So they said, so we peek our heads out so they know that we are getting the groceries. But still,
But if they come into the house and then even just like on just a lower like petty end of things, they come in your house, they're putting your groceries away while you're over here dealing with your badass child that's painting on the windows or whatever, and they like, oh, you left like $50 on the counter because you were just emptying your pockets from your shift last night, and they just snatch it up. Or oh, look at this heirloom ring. Or look at the oh, I see that you've got this expensive wine in your fridge. Why don't I just like
hmm
and they're coming in with a bag. They could just walk in with the bag, shoop, 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 and walk back out. Like, on no levels does this feel okay. On no levels does
it
this
just
feel okay.
it doesn't feel safe at all. But even I mean, I have always operated because we've always been lower middle class, so I have always operated under the assumption of, if you really need to steal something out of our house, then you needed it more than we do.
Mm,
So I'm not that mad. I may be disappointed that we don't have it anymore, but I'm not that mad
mm-hmm.
because you clearly needed it more than we do. So I'm, whatever. But I'm more on the other end of what we were talking about earlier. I'd be embarrassed for somebody to be coming in my house because this is a small town. So
Yes.
even though I don't know a lot of people, chances are that whoever is delivering these groceries either lives in my neighborhood or knows somebody that I know.
And next thing you know, they'll be talking to your auntie, and your great auntie will be like, "Why is your house a mess? Why did so and so's niece say that they went to your house to deliver your groceries and you had like papers all over the floor?" Like,
I would just be embarrassed. I mean, the way I live, I mean, we both know I'm not the greatest housekeeper, but the way I live is the way I am tolerant about coming to steal your love, whatever. If
sorry.
you needed that bag, come steal it, Ari. But but I mean, I know my house is cluttered. Okay. I mean, we're not nasty. If there's actual dirt and spills, we clean it up. But clutter abounds in this house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not as bad as hoarders, but clutter abounds in this house. But it's at a level that I am willing to live with, considering my energy level and what have you. But if I know somebody is coming over, I understand how to put on the front facing look and make
Mm-hmm.
the house decent for someone who's coming over. And if I don't want to have to super clean my house in 30
Every
minutes
time you're getting
every time
groceries.
Walmart, because we order Walmart once a week. I do not need to super clean every time Walmart people come to put my groceries away. So that's all I had to say about that. That was just supposed to be a
Goodness.
rant, but whatever. So
That was a whole conversation.
I know it was. So what are you doing with the baby blanket?
Okay. So I went and got the blanket and I was like, what is something that I could do really fast? Because you remember,
I had a suggestion, but you go ahead.
um, what was your suggestion while I'm pulling this out of this bag?
My suggestion, have you seen my Wonder Woman blanket?
I think I saw it briefly.
Okay, my Wonder Woman blanket was Tunisian stitch, which is crochet, but it's quick crochet, and you could double stitch over it.
Okay. See, I didn't know that. Um, so here's what I've got. I'm doing a granny square. Oh, that's the ugly side. I just haven't weaved in the ends.
Okay.
But
Ooh, it's a cool look.
yeah, so I'm doing a granny square rectangle, and then what I'm gonna do, once it gets wide enough at the ends, is I'm gonna bust the knitting machine back out once I've cleared out that space, and then I'm gonna make a panel to go across this end and a panel to go across. I can't decide if I want to do the longer end. Probably not the longer end. I might do a panel to go across the
On the
shorter ends.
shorter end and put the initials across the
The
top
name,
and the
yeah,
date of birth across the bottom.
yeah. Ooh, date of birth. Ooh, that would be good. Well, I don't. Ooh, I don't know if she wants the date of birth because I messaged her and I was like, I am so sorry there was a disaster at the house. I had to restart the blanket, and I am getting pretty close to where I was before. Because I started this on Tuesday. This
Uh-huh.
is yeah. So I like this is how far I've gotten. This is about 9 episodes of Ghost Whisperer.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
so it's and I've been busting it out because this is a I normally do the 5 millimeter crochet hook and the but this yarn was like a little on the thinner side, so I did 4 millimeter, so the holes weren't quite so big. Because this is granny square like stitching or whatever. Um, but I messaged her and I was like, I'm so sorry. And she's like, no, you're good. You've got plenty of time. My due date isn't until July. So you've got plenty of time to like take some time to work on it. So I don't know if she wants, I'll ask her if she wants me to
Did
put
you
his date
show
of birth
I
on it.
mean, have you showed it to her just so far to see if she's happy with that?
I have not.
You probably should. Because
I
she might want a plain color with the thing on it.
I maybe should do that, but I don't want to take it out again because this is
But
a
I
lot of
mean, if
work.
she's not happy with it though.
That's true. Okay, I'll take a picture and send it to her. I am very much in the mind of you asked me to do something, I'm going to do it the way that I can and then I'll give it to you. I don't want feedback on my work.
Okay, for those, because I did briefly mention the Wonder Woman blanket, so this is the Wonder Woman blanket.
And that was Tunisian.
That the middle part is Tunisian. Okay, starting on the outside where you see the yellow around the outside, and then
Mhm.
all the circles, the red, white, and blue circles going around the border, basically.
Mhm.
All of the border was, I think I did either single crochet or double crochets.
I would be doing double crochet. I'm not doing single crochet.
But but yeah, the whole blanket in the middle is um
Tunisian.
Tunisian Tunisian. The W is
Double stitch.
oh no, W's not double stitch.
Ooh.
I did color changes, which is why if you see the little flip, I mean, let me see if I can show it to you. I made a whole other, you see that black back there?
Not you making a whole nother panel on the back.
I sure did.
This is why I don't take advice from you on how to do blankets because you are doing too much. I want to make one blanket. I don't even want to make one blanket. I'm making one blanket, not two. Also, back it up. Ronald
But if
said,
you
back it up before we get on with this conversation. Ronald said it reminds me of a lady I knew back in Louisiana. She has a maid, but she's scared the maid will judge her, so she cleans before the maid gets there. What's the
that's
maid
what
supposed to do?
that is what your father did when the twins were born, and I was in my Jan 97 group, and several of the ladies got together and paid to have somebody come clean our house, like 3 cleanings or something like that for
Mm-hmm.
us. And your father was so mortified that he would clean before the cleaning lady came. So all she had left to do was to sweep and vacuum, mop the kitchen because we were in the old white house in
Mm-hmm.
Gastonia. Sweep and vacuum the ones that had rugs, mop the bathrooms and kitchen, and clean the bathroom. That was all she
Absolutely
had.
not.
There was nothing else for her to do
Like I'm not gonna
because
if I get a maid, I'm not gonna make things worse, but you like I'm getting my money's worth. Like I'm
mhm.
not about to go clean an extra before a maid shows
Yeah.
up.
Oh, he was so mortified that somebody was coming to clean our house. He
Oh
was
my goodness.
mortified. I don't know what we would do if we won the lottery and hired somebody to clean the house. I don't know if he could take it. I don't know if his heart could handle it.
Also, Ari said that your blanket is pretty.
Thank you. Thank you. There is a clear error up in the top left corner. You can see that it's wonky, but like, that border around
Mhm.
there, I was crocheting that in the car on the way to Huntersville to give it because was a birthday present for Miss Haley's daughter
Yeah.
because she was named after Diana Wonder Woman
Hmm.
because they're Wonder Woman fans. So they named her Diana. And Yeah, so this was for her either her first birthday or her second birthday. I was crocheting that border in the car. So
Oh my goodness.
that is why it looks wonky, but they liked it.
Yeah,
So,
it looks good. I would not have noticed any kind of mistake if you had
oh
not said
yeah,
anything.
this is how can you not see that mistake?
I saw it once you pointed it out. I was more looking at the design in the middle. I like really did not see because you're talking about that little jog over there on the edge, right?
Yeah, yeah, the
Yeah,
jog up in the top left. Yeah.
I fully would not have noticed that if you hadn't pointed it out because it does not stand out compared to the design in the middle.
Oh, and the stars, the stars. I crocheted those stars extra.
Like crocheted appliques and sewed them on.
Yeah, and so the applique's on. Yes.
It's all good and fine, and I would absolutely do that. Except
But honestly, having said all that, you could um Tunisian crochet that
mm-hmm,
and then double stitch because Tunisian crochet looks very similar to stockinette knitting, and you
mm-hmm.
could double stitch the name or the logo or whatever you want on it.
See,
I just wanted to try doing the changing of the colors, and so that's why I did it that way.
no, I don't mind because I like the look of this. I would do something very similar of like blue and then purple, and then do the blue and purple stripes going around the outside. I would do exactly that, but I am not making an entire panel to go onto the back of this blanket because I am not making two blankets.
Well, see,
I
I was paranoid
refuse.
because I felt like the back of my work wasn't super pretty. And also, people always talk about, oh, little babies get their little toesies stuck in the strings in the back of the blankets, and then it cuts off their circulation. And I was
Sheesh.
like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So I just did a whole panel. I think for my what's that character?
SpongeBob,
Thank you. I think for my SpongeBob blanket, I also knit a back panel
you did.
if I
You
remember
did. Which is
correctly.
why I said I'm not taking any blanket advice from you because one blanket from you is two blankets.
Well, only if you're putting a character or something on it.
I
Okay.
don't have the energy for that at
Where
at all.
where is SpongeBob?
Also, don't you need a special hook to do Tunisian crochet?
You do, but you can get it at the store. I have honestly, I have a whole set of Tunisian hooks that I cannot find, and I thought, okay, when Maya comes to visit me, she will go out to the shed with me, and we will find.
I'm getting volunteered for a lot of things right now. That shed is a night. There were wasps out there.
That's why you're going to go out there with me.
Whew!
Yeah, this was a sad blanket. This was a sad. That's the other thing. You could have just done this without the SpongeBob.
I could have.
That would take no time at all. And then that's double stitch in the corner. That would take no time to knit. But
Would
that's
that
why do
would
what
that be
now?
knit or would that be crochet? Did you knit
That
that?
that would be knit.
Did you make that on the machine or did you just knit
Oh
it?
no, I made that by hand. That takes no time at all because
Oof,
that's what they call um grandma's dishcloth. Have you made one of those?
absolutely not.
You basically start with three um stitches, and then like you yarn over every every row to increase it, and that's why there's like a lacy edging
Mm.
on
Is it
the
like
edge of it.
corner to corner?
Yeah,
Okay.
you start at one corner, and then it gets wider, and then you get halfway as big as you want, and then you start decreasing and come back down the other way. And I just, as you can see, I just added that white strip so that I could put the baby's initials in the corner. because I started out, I made the blue part in on the knitting machine, and then as I was doing the duplicate stitch, I was once again not happy with how it looked with all those strings on the back. So I felt that I needed to do something different too. And this was my solution. And they were happy with it because the person was a big fan of SpongeBob.
Mhm.
But
I mean, it
I was
looks
not
good.
I was not happy with it because I felt like, see, if I could have just kept it blue like that,
Mhm.
that wasn't a big enough blanket, number one. Because I think I used all the pins on the machine for that
To make that, yeah, because
to make
you
it that
it feels
wide.
like it's going to be so much more, and then once you're actually starting to make the stuff, it's not as much. It's
Mhm.
not as big as you think it's going to be.
Mhm. But yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I like, I can't hand knit that fast is a problem. One, I have no idea where my circular needles are. Two, I cannot hand knit that fast. I crochet a lot faster than I am knitting. Because, like I said,
Mhm.
that what I've got right there doing that granny square thing, that was only about 8 or 9 episodes of Ghost Whisper, if that.
Mhm.
And so I like, I should be done fairly quickly. I sat it down for a little while so I could get ready for this mermaid festival, but I don't know. I'll figure it out. I might try the Tunisian. If I do, I don't think they have Tunisian crochet hooks at Homophobic Hobby Lobby, so I might have to go to Joann's
Amazon.
or Amazon, or God forbid driving out to Michael's. God, it's so far away.
You'd probably get them cheaper on Amazon, but whatever.
I might,
I think that's where I got mine. I got mine either Amazon or eBay.
because Tunisian crochet hooks are like really long, aren't they?
Yeah. I got the ones, I got a whole set, cheapest chips, and they were like, they have cords on them
Like circular needles.
like circular needles.
Okay,
So that you can carry a whole bunch of stitches.
okay. I might do that honestly. Because I like the look of the SpongeBob one with the initials in the corner, but
Uh-huh.
she wants the full name.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But you could manage. How long is the name going to be? I mean, is it a
His name
long
is
name?
like,
Like 8 letters? You're not having to give me all of his name. Just what?
what is his name? Hang on, because I've got it in the message. Oh, actually no, I've got it in my notes. That way I know what I'm putting on this thing. Where is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters? Yeah, good guess.
Well, when you said he wants his whole name, I figured it'd have to be a long name like Christopher or something. If you were hesitating.
No, yeah, it's a. I knew it was like a little bit longer. But I like the look of the like banner in the corner.
Hmm.
Maybe I could just move
Yeah,
the banner.
that's the part of the blanket that I'm happy about is that I put that strip in the
It
corner
looks
and
it looks
the,
cute.
the I mean, I'm happy with how the SpongeBob turned out. I'm happy with the separate parts of the blanket. I wish I had thought of a different way to put them together
Mhm.
or something because I'm not happy with them together.
Mhm.
But I'm happy about the different parts of the blanket.
Maybe I could do a corner to corner
Okay,
Tunisian.
Ronald has given up on diamond painting for the day. Is it wearing you out, sir?
I just picture Ronald like sitting at his table and like bumping elbow and like 3,000 diamonds go scattering.
Well, I have to admit, when I was doing my spiral picture, I was like, I would do a little bit and then I would stop and put my marker down and look up and watch TV for a little bit because it was just too much. Because I have to like put my face down in that thing.
Mhm.
And if I was doing, I'm sure Ronald's vision is not as bad as mine, but if I was doing diamond painting, I have a feeling I would have to have my face down in that thing. So just because of my vision. So yes, that is tiring. You know,
Yeah.
at least with the quirkles, for most of them, I can, just color at a normal. I don't have to be down in it like this.
Yeah, because most of them are a decent like size.
Yeah, most of them are a decent size, but also although with the Audrey Hepburn, there were lots of tiny circles.
Oh yeah.
Not just tiny circles, but like, cause to keep you from figuring out what the picture is, there's lots of circles and lots of sections, but then when you look at it close, it's like, oh, this whole section is number one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's lots of different bubbles, but when you look close at it, it's like, oh, this whole section is number one. So I can just go like this
Yep.
once you figure out. What I tend to do with these is that I look and I outline the whole section. So I'll outline a whole big section that I'm sure is all ones, and then I just do
Just
this.
color it all in. Yeah.
So I don't have my face down in it.
Ronald says it's really bad if you spill them when you have the sticky part up because they stick where they aren't supposed to. Yeah,
Oh,
I just realized because I had like I understand what diamond paintings are, but I had never watched someone do them before until a little while ago. I watched one of my YouTubers do them, and I, for some reason in my head, thought that the sticky was on the diamonds, but the paper itself is sticky. And so if you spill diamonds everywhere, then they're sticking all over the page where they're not supposed to.
oh no. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought the sticky was on the diamonds too.
yeah, I am now more stressed out about the idea of doing a diamond painting because also I was watching them and like if you because the page is so sticky, if you like don't get them in exactly the right place, then all the rest of the ones that you put in that area are like misaligned because they're not in the right place. And so things get just like more and more misaligned as you go further on. And I think there's a way to correct it. Like you can like kind of crunch them down in the right place. But that's too much like that's too much
That's
permanency.
that's that's how I feel about the sticker books that I got. Even
Hmm.
though I like the sticker books and I'm gonna go back and finish doing them, but I feel like I have to really and I tried using the tweezers and that felt even more uncomfortable and I was getting them even more wonky. So I just doing them with my fingers.
Hmm.
As long as I don't cut my fingernails, I can grab a corner with my fingers and place them down. But yeah, they're going to be wonky. And I have just accepted to myself as long as I have covered all of the like section that as long as I'm not seeing the line
Hmm.
of the section where it's supposed to go. If I've covered that up, then if it's slightly crooked, I'm fine. I'm getting over that.
Ronald says, "Yeah, I only pull up the plastic sheet just a small part of it at a time." Yeah, that because my instinct would be to take the whole thing off and to start doing the things. That's a lot smarter.
Oh, good lord.
All right, what else do we have in? Because we're still in the craft section, aren't we? What do we got?
The last thing in the craft section, other than I wanted to show you this crochet along that I
Hmm.
saw, which I really have no business doing a crochet along because, and now I can't find it. Oh, it looks so nice too, but I can't find it. Where did I find that?
Is it that one that you sent me the picture of that shirt?
No, 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 no.
Mm.
Although that looks nice.
It does.
I'm real tempted by that shirt.
I just don't know if it's in the style of things that I would wear because it
Oh,
looks
it's in it.
good.
I would wear it, but I don't know if I would make it because is definitely using like a sport weight or lighter yarn. It's a thin yarn. Did you not see that?
No, I saw it. I was scrolling through patterns yesterday because that's what I was doing as my wind down apparently, was just scrolling through patterns on Ravelry. And I wanted to make like a summery, like I just wanted to make something in summer. And I like saw these pictures of these like cute like dusters and like the not quite like a shawl, but not quite like a jacket, but kind of like a vest or whatever.
Mhm.
Ooh, open it every single one of them. Fingering weight, fingering weight, fingering weight. Thread. Oh my God. So small. And I'm like, I have not finished the single project that I've started in fingering weight yarn.
Oh
It's,
Lord.
I cannot. And they look so nice and it looks so flowy and having that tiny little yarn looks so good. I can't. I can't.
Okay, this is not the one I was looking for, but this one is pretty.
Mm.
Never gonna make
Ooh,
it, but I saved it just to look at it every once in a while
just
because
to
it's
look
pretty.
at.
Just to look at it because it's pretty.
It is. It's so nice.
It is so pretty, but I'm not making that. I still owe your sisters Avatar: The Last Airbender blankets, and until those get made, I am not embarking on any kind of project like this.
Mm,
But I cannot find it.
describe it for the people. What is it?
Oh, basically it's almost like a sampler crochet along where it's you do each section in a different stitch. So it's not like granny square.
Am I having
But
deja vu? Didn't you do this before?
I did something simple similar. Texture tour, that's what they were calling it.
Texture
Okay.
tour.
Okay.
Because you just took out. That's why you're doing that hexagon blanket. Because you just took out the. You just took out the.
I know, but I'm always attracted to these things. They don't have the full pattern up. The one thing that is holding me off is that I would have to join a Facebook group
Ew.
because they don't have all the pattern up on Ravelry yet until the blanket's already finished. And what attracts me to these things is that, oh, I can do a piece this month and do the next piece next month. And it looks like they're attaching it as they go,
Mm-hmm.
which that also appeals to me for some reason. But I'm like, they've already started it, so I really don't. It's too late for me to jump in now. If I jumped in at the beginning, it would be different. But it's too late for me to jump in now. But I'm really attracted to it.
Also, while we're saying things, and you are very blunt with things that you do not like, that looks ugly to me. I don't like it. I don't like it. See, like for some reason though, and it may just be like the corners that they were showing in those pictures, but those seeing all those different stitches and pattern, it, which is crazy because I love the tackiest and ugliest of things. I don't like it. I do not like it.
My feelings are hurt.
Okay.
Not not really, but and I've also been thinking about maybe jumping into the Moogly crochet along for this year.
Mowgli.
Moogly is the name of a blog,
Okay.
a crochet blog, and I mean she's really like she's been out there for a long time. She's been out there for a minute, and
Mm.
um she's I mean she's well known enough that she gets like sponsorships and stuff.
Ooh, good
Because
for her.
her patterns have been out there for a minute. So, if you talk about well-known um, crocheters in the community, Moogly would come up.
Okay.
And she's done a crochet along for at least the last 10 years. And there's like 2 squares a month and different crocheters, different designers. It's to the point now where she doesn't design it all herself. Different designers um contribute blocks
Hmm.
to the crochet along.
I'm looking in the chat. Artemis or Ariel just said disown, and Ronald said Artemis spilling the hot tea. I don't like that blanket. I do not.
Oh, well,
Oh, but
not
Ronald said it's never too late. You can start the blanket now if you want to. You can start that ugly blanket.
but I'm thinking of jumping into the Moogly one simply because she does 2 a month. And
Hmm.
so if I jumped in
Two
now.
full blankets a month?
No, 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 2 squares a
Oh,
month.
oh, I was like, oh my lord.
So if I jumped in now, I could that would be like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's still 14 squares. That's like a lap throw right there.
Hmm.
Okay, so you don't have to do, and they are not that I need permission or anything, but they always say in Moogly's thing, you can do whatever squares you like. If some of the squares you don't like, skip to the next square. Grab a square from last year's blanket if you prefer it. It's
Ooh.
not, we don't. We don't, just do whatever feels right for you and share. You can share with the group or not.
Love
You
the
can you
versatility.
you can join the Facebook group or not. We're just offering you these are what we're doing, and you can do it or not. So I'm I've been thinking, but there's something about the crochet along part of it where you what am I trying to say? Where they're releasing a new bit every month. So I feel
Mhm.
caught up because okay, I've done this month's bit and now I have to wait until they bring out next month's bit. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I feel like I'm caught up. I don't feel like, oh, I'm falling behind on my projects type thing. So I was trying to see how many years she's done this, but I can't find it, but whatever. So I might jump in on that one. Who knows?
Okay.
But but first I need to finish this one, and I'm still only on the second block of this one. But this one is very, like I said, that's because that's what on here is on here. My hexagon blanket progress. There's barely been any, but
Mhm.
hopefully I will watch because I think, unless my eyes deceive me, I think there's a new season of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. Or they don't call it that anymore. They just call it Queer Eye now. Sorry.
Mhm.
Queer Eye
I
on
don't
on
think
net
I realized that they changed the name.
on Netflix. So if there is, I tend to just like binge all of those in one afternoon, and Saturday tends to be my Netflix afternoon.
Mhm.
So, but I also have the last episode of Farmer Wants a Wife to watch.
Not you still watching that. How's Mr. North Carolina doing?
Mr. North Carolina. Okay, wait a minute. Let's finish our
Yeah,
crafty
yeah.
thought.
Let's finish
Okay,
this.
let's finish our crafty thoughts. So my only other old lady thought, I just want to get this out, which is that I have an irrational anger when I watch YouTube videos. It's irrational because these are not my children. I'm going to tell you, Ari. These are not my children. I should not care. It's not my business. As they say, not my monkeys, not my circus. But I have an irrational anger when people just start. It's usually these young girlies, as y'all say, these young gals who just say, "Oh, crocheting looks fun. I want that sweater that I saw Jennifer Ortiz or whatever her name is wear on Wednesday. Let me just go buy some yarn and pick up a hook, and I'm just gonna wing it."
Chill, Ortega.
You have the freaking internet. Look up a pattern. I was about to cuss.
Oh, it was so close. I think that's the closest you've come to cussing on this live stream. Oh, that was so funny.
Look up a pattern.
But
Your inspirations has two patterns. Look up how to read a bleeping pattern.
yeah, I was gonna say, but the girlies don't
Okay.
know how to read
When
patterns. The
I when
girlies
I
follow videos.
I learned how to crochet when my nana, who only would visit for 1 week during the summer every other year, came down one year, taught me how to cast on my needles, but left before I learned how to cast off, and taught me how to crochet a chain and didn't even teach me how to do any further than that. You know what I had to do? I had to wait till my once a month when we would go to the Gastonia Public Library and get a book from 1972. Never mind, this is 1981. Get a book from 1972 and teach myself how to do these stitches where they didn't even have pictures of what the hook or the needle was supposed to look like. There was no TV shows teaching you how to do this because by the time I was doing this in the 80s, it was already out of fashion. And all the books, there was no new magazines in the library. All the books were from they had Work Basket magazine from 1945. They had bound copies of Work Basket magazine from
Oh my
1945
goodness.
and little how to crochet pamphlets from the 70s. That was all they had. and I had to go to a little Ben Franklin in the corner where you had 3 colors of yarn and 2 sizes of hook to get a hook. I had a J hook. I All I ever crocheted forever was when I would look at a pattern and was like, did it take a J hook? Because that was the only hook I had. And I didn't know how to do anything else. I thought you just had to stick with whatever hook the pattern said. And all I had was a J hook.
Oh my goodness.
But these people decide they just cheerfully jump in and yes, welcome to my TED Talk. No, I don't think people get this angry on TED Talk.
Oh my goodness.
It's more like welcome to my rant. But they just jump in and just make stuff.
They do. They do. They be doing some freeform
And
crochet.
and they're happy. And they're happy. So I shouldn't be so angry. But I get angry when they say they just jumped in and made something. Get a pattern. And then because partly I get angry because it's one step from that to these girlies being, oh, they see you make something, they say, oh, do you have a video tutorial for that?
Yes.
Because I don't know how to read a pattern. Or they say, oh no, I stick with crochet because I can just wing it with crochet. Knitting is too much like baking it. You have to have a pattern and be well, you have to have a pattern with crochet too if you don't want to make something but ugly. Why are you laughing at me?
The shade, the tea. So funny. Oh my goodness. Ari says, I've never seen her like this. LOL, this is great. Oh, Ronald says, I had to walk barefoot uphill in the snow to get some lettuce and another 5 miles uphill to get a drop of ranch dressing.
I told you it was
Oh my goodness.
irrational.
And you know I'm about to pull this clip for TikTok, right?
No, you're not.
Absolutely. You
No,
cannot stop me. You cannot
no,
stop me.
no, you can't.
You
You can't.
cannot stop me. I am on that same
If
subject though.
if you're gonna pull it, then you got to put it on my TikTok too, so that all these people who keep following me for no good reason. I have 3 TikTok videos, 3, and two of no, all 3 of them are about food.
Yeah, I'll edit the video and then I'll send it to you. Next segment, Miss Danny's rants.
No, you don't want me to rant because I rant about too many irrational things.
Yeah, I'll
But
send you the clip. But on that same subject, and then I'm pulling out a couple things to show you. But on that same subject, I have really been thinking about just making like going online, finding free patterns on like Ravelry or whatever, and then making videos of me following the pattern with the instructions on the screen so that the girlies can learn how to read patterns. I feel like that would be a popular video. Those would be popular videos of like
you
this
should.
is this pattern. But I don't have any followers on my YouTube video on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is just some of my TikToks reposted. So I don't know if I want to post it on my YouTube channel or if I want to post it on your YouTube channel because it feels like something that would fit on your YouTube channel a lot better, honestly.
You can put it on my YouTube channel. I don't care.
So I will work on that. But remember the granny circle bag thing that I made that I hadn't sewed together yet?
Yep.
Um
Did you sew it together?
I did. It was sitting out at the market last
Oh,
what did this
I should not rant like that. That thing gave me a headache.
what did this man do? Oh my goodness. Stuck under everything. Okay, there we go. There we go.
That is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
That is so cool. You did such a good job with that.
It's a cute little boho hippie bag.
Did you put a little loop closure for the
I
top?
haven't. I just
Oh,
hung it up.
I thought that's what I saw sticking out of the front.
No, I
Right
haven't.
there. Yeah.
I think I might go ahead and add one real quick because I've still got this yellow yarn. So I might just
Mhm,
take the yellow yarn and like chain 5 or something and put a button right there.
mhm,
That
mhm.
way it can stay closed.
Or make a knot.
Or what?
Make a knot.
What do you mean just make a knot?
Make a Celtic knot to sew on the other side instead of putting a button, and then you can. But you got a whole bag of buttons. You could just put a button.
I do, but what is this Celtic knot business?
You
You
know, make some I cord and knot it together so that it's a knot, a little bally knot, and you sew it on there.
How
And
am I to make I-cord? I thought you need a thing for that.
you can do it with two knitting needles.
We,
Oh
this
Lord.
is for off stream. We're about to have this conversation later. I did not realize this is a thing that I could do. But I did that, and oh my goodness, we packed up after that last market, and he threw everything in this bag all willy nilly and crazy. But I'm currently making more mermaid bags. And so here's
Uh-huh.
one of the ones that I finished before, which I had showed on the stream. Here's one of the ones I finished before, but I'm trying to make, because this feels more like an adult size, even though it says this is a child size. This feels more
Mhm.
like the adult size. I don't even want to make the actual adult size because this is going
Mhm.
to have to be $30. And so I made a smaller one. And so,
Oh, so cute.
yeah, this feels a bit more like child size for me, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to do this. And this one I just whipped up real quick. And this I don't mind selling for like $15 or $20 as
Cool.
opposed to
Cool.
30.
Cool. Cool.
So that is, I think, all of my crafty stuff. All of it.
Well, I have no more crafty stuff. All my crafting is going on while I sit here and talk to you.
Ronald says, okay, I got to head out. Y'all have a good stream. Bye, Ronald.
Hi, Ronald. Thanks for hanging.
Yes, you say just in time to hear the rant.
I apologize.
Apologize for nothing.
Okay, so are we doing gaming or are we doing media? We did gaming last time. You want to do media this time?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we do gaming, it's going to be all you because I have not played a single thing.
Well, I haven't played much, so okay. So with that, like we did with crafting, top of the list. Top of the list. Let me switch to our media consumption. Okay, Flonase. Okay. Remember when we talked about Duolingo and
Mm
Duolingo right on April Fool's Day, even though they said it wasn't an April Fool's joke, it was really just an ad between them and Peacock
hmm. Mm hmm.
where Duolingo had their pretend reality show.
Yes,
Okay.
because we were
How
talking about how they should have a reality show.
okay. How about Flonase did an actual 12-minute reality show?
Okay, first of all, what is Flonase? Flonase is the allergy thing?
Flonase is allergy medicine. Yes. And so this girl is trying to find her somebody among these five guys who have allergies.
Uh huh.
Let's see if I can get it. There we go.
Fighting for the
Ooh,
heart one
loud.
the outdoors.
Okay,
This is allergic to
take that
love.
volume to half. There we go. Allergic
Okay.
to love.
We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm just because
Yeah.
I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm just showing you.
Hi, I'm your host, Jeannie Mai. And yes, this is an actual dating show for single men who suffer from allergies, all of whom
They
admit
really
they
did
have
it,
been
huh?
unwilling or
Uh-huh.
unable to treat their symptoms. Oh, I matched the graphics.
Ooh.
But what will happen when they're tempted by the prospect of true love? Well, let's bring in the guys and find out.
They really put a budget on this.
Hi, guys.
Seriously, is this not ridiculous?
It is, but I love it.
This is not now. So I just showed this to say, come on, Duolingo.
Yes, because I would Duolingo. I would watch a reality show about
Yeah,
people who speak
I'm
different
not
languages.
watching a Flonase reality show, but I would watch a Duolingo one
Absolutely,
where they have to learn each other's language and stuff. Yeah,
that would be so good.
I would watch that.
Ari says Stardew Valley is waiting when we were talking about video games. I
Oh,
will eventually get my life back together. Wednesdays are when I sleep in, honestly. We're gonna have to figure out another day because Wednesdays are when I sleep.
I was tempted to sleep in today. I swear, if we did not have this, if we did not have this thing to do, I would have stayed in bed.
Mm,
I was so
same.
tired today. After all of this week doing the morning yoga and feeling more alert in the morning and stuff, I woke up this morning and was like, I just want to sleep. All I want to do is
Mhm.
sleep. All I want to do is sleep. Swimming for love.
Swimming pool. It's all about
Okay.
swimmers.
A lot of these are really quick. The second one is the Traders UK finale.
Mhm.
All I'm saying is y'all we just finished watching it. Y'all need to watch it. I know y'all watch the other Traders,
Mhm.
and my recommendation for anybody watching this, if you are interested in Traders, Traders is basically a reality show based on werewolf, mafia, whatever variation of that party game that you remember. And basically, three people start out as the traders, and if you get to the end of the game and the traders win, if there's even one trader
Yes.
left in the group, then the traders get the money, and none of the faithful get the money.
Mhm.
Okay, and there's been three different versions made. It's one of those things where one company owns the license, and so rent it out to other markets so that there'll be one in every country. UK one was first, so I would recommend watching the UK one if you've never watched any of them before. They're all on Peacock right now, so you don't have to be like me and get episodes that fell off the back of a truck.
Mm.
You I would watch the UK one first, mainly because the UK one and the American one use the same castle, and a lot of
Both of them
a
are
lot
over
of
there with
a
Alan.
lot of a lot of the games are the same. No, it's a different host.
Uh, but
No,
Alan was my
I
favorite.
like Claudia Winkleman because we've
Oh,
watched her on other shows before, so I like her as a presenter. He
but I,
but Alan was really playing it up for
the theatrics.
the theatrics and being the villain. And
Yes.
Claudia tried that at the opening of the show, but she's on other shows where she's the presenter because she presents a lot of reality shows,
Mhm.
competition shows, and the other shows where she's the presenter, she always like cheers the contestants on and stuff. So she ends up falling into that role again as she goes on in the show.
Yeah, see, Alan was very good at playing the villain. Also, I just love every time he walked into a room. I love seeing all his silly little outfits.
Yeah.
They were so
Yeah.
good.
But yeah, I would watch the British one first, the Australian one next, and then the American one.
Mm.
Because that's the order that they aired in. So I would do it in that order. Because otherwise you're gonna get if you watch it in the order like we did, you'll get to the British one last and be like, yeah, they did that contest before. Yeah, they did that contest before,
Mhm.
you know, blah blah blah. But whatever order you watch it in, all three of them are good. I would say watch them all. All
Yeah.
three of them are good.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch the rest of them.
So that's that. Next thing, which kind of semi goes into the crafty thing, is that I found a new YouTuber that I like. Her name is Amazing Paige.
Oh yeah, I don't know if it's just
So
because
do
you
you?
sent me one of her videos, but she has been popping up all over my like main feed page or whatever.
Probably because I have sent you one of her videos because that's how the YouTube algorithm goes hard. You watch 5 minutes of one video and
And that's all they'll recommend you for the next month.
exactly they will recommend you over and over. But the reason I like her for two reasons. Number one, I like the fact that she does her one of her things is that she does these excuse me. She does these compilation videos
Mhm.
where it's like 50 patterns for what am I
50
trying
patterns for summer or 50 easy patterns if you just started crocheting
Yeah,
or
a lot of them are beginner ones. So it's
mhm.
like, yeah, 50 easy crochet projects for summer, 50, fast easy crochet patterns, and a lot of the times they're free patterns. So that's cool too.
Mhm.
Um and but also the other reason that I like her is because she just talks like a normal person.
Mhm. It doesn't feel like she's puts on like the YouTube voice.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It doesn't feel like she's putting on the YouTube voice. She's young, so sometimes, I'll hear her say something and it'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's not how it goes, but you're young, you don't know any better."
Mm.
But I've kind of accepted the fact that I am old now. So everything that all these girlies say is going to feel like, "Oh, you poor baby."
You poor
Yeah.
sweet summer child.
Exactly. But what am I doing?
Talking about this person.
What am I doing?
What are
Oh,
you doing?
well, I was trying to find where I was on my project so I could talk and crochet at the same time, but I should just put it down.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, she doesn't have that affected voice where you can tell that they're trying to put on a voice and sound like they're a
Yeah.
professional broadcaster or something like that, but it has a very affected rhythm to it.
Mm-hmm.
you know she just sounds like a normal person, and a lot of her and I like her taste for the most part. A lot of her patterns that she seems to curate, I've seen several things that are like, oh, that's cute, that's cute, I would do that, that's cute.
Yeah,
So
she's got a few things I would like. She like watching her videos, I if she's got like 50 things in the video, there's like I like maybe 10 or 20 of them.
yeah,
I it made me, it kind of inspired me. I'm over here talking about all these YouTube videos that I want to make. It makes me want to curate my own like patterns that I like in videos for people
uh-huh,
who have more of like my tastes. Also,
hmm,
those reusable water balloons, I really want to make some of those, but
I want to make some of those too, but I don't but I mean, to me those reusable water balloons feel like a thing that, because those got hot like almost 10 years ago.
mhm.
Those first came out and got hot. And all the crocheters were doing them and all the crocheters were talking about them. But for me, that feels like it's in the category of, do crocheters like to make these, but would normal people actually
Yep.
use them?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I feel like up here in Asheville, more people might buy them because a lot more people up here, at least in this area, are very like environmentally conscious and yada yada. And so I feel like more people up here would do them
Yeah.
in my head though, because there's like a category of crochet items in my head that are like, if you make it yourself, then you would use it, but you wouldn't buy them from somebody.
Yep.
If
Yep.
that makes sense, and like
Yep.
not just for crocheters, but like just in general, people like they would, because it's so simple, they would rather make it for themselves instead of buying it from someone.
Yep.
And so I don't know if this would fall into that category or if people would actually buy them. But I'm thinking about making a few packs of them and just have them on my
Let's
table
see.
and see.
And the other thing about it to me is that technically I don't feel like they would qualify. I mean, they're a washcloth shaped like a balloon is what they
Basically.
are.
Or like a
Because
spongy,
because
yeah.
because because they're not technically filling up with water where you would throw it at somebody. And I just imagine when you throw it at somebody and it goes slap against your skin, it's going to feel like somebody threw a wet washcloth at you.
Yeah, or like a
Not
sponge.
not like a water balloon. It's gonna feel like a wet washcloth.
But
And does that feel good in the summer to have a wet washcloth thrown at you? I don't know.
yeah, I don't
Do
know.
you get the same fun that you do of throwing a water balloon and seeing it go splash,
Ooh,
you
Ari says
know?
that he would buy them. And he
Ari's
said,
saying he would buy anything just because he's nice and supportive. I believe him not.
you hear that? She just called you a liar. I'm definitely gonna make a few packs of them though. I just want to get, because they, every time I see people post them, they've got the like cute little rainbow, and I
Uh-huh.
don't want to buy 7 different skeins of yarn just to make these.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
like I love the cute
Yeah.
little rainbow. I don't want to buy all that yarn.
But anyway, that's a shout out to Amazing Page. I
Hmm.
like her.
Go check her out.
I'm definitely gonna put her in the links here. I'm sure I mentioned 15 million things that I did not write down, but if anybody really is watching this and wants to know about something that I've mentioned, y'all can put it in the comments and let me know you're watching. How about that?
Yeah, put it in the comments and we'll add it to the as they said in the early 2000s, the doobly doo.
The doobly doo. Um, oh, quickly, Spotify desktop. My Spotify desktop is finally added recently updated,
Mm?
which well, it used to be on the phone where let me see if I can pull since I got my phone here. They used to have a thing on the phone where my podcasts it
Mm-hmm.
would show which ones because I use Spotify equally for podcasts and music. It's like a 50
Same.
it's a 50-50 split for me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you see that bell at the top?
Yeah.
And that bell will get a little blue dot on it, and that lets you know that one of your podcasts that you subscribe to has an updated episode.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know what you're talking
Right.
about.
Okay. Well, but they didn't have that on desktop.
Why?
Okay. But now they have I don't know, but they have upgraded desktop recently. I told you last week that they finally added the DJ, the
Mm-hmm.
AI DJ to desktop, right? Well, now they've changed the library thing altogether. So if you click specifically, let me see if my Spotify is open. Oh, it's not. I don't know if it'll be on the open Spotify.
Also, don't you go crashing your computer trying to open up Spotify?
Yeah, I'm not trying to open Spotify because it will crash the computer. But let's try an experiment here.
What are we experimenting? While we're talking about Spotify, I feel like one Spotify is. I don't. Did Spotify originally start off on the computer or did it start off on mobile?
I don't
Spotify
know.
started on the computer, didn't it? I feel like, but I
I
feel
don't
like they are very much mobile focused, and like the computer is absolutely an afterthought because I don't think as many people listen on. Ooh, I can almost see. Did they add the bell?
Where are you? Uh
Where am
I
I?
can't get it. I can't get it close enough.
Nope.
Nope,
Mm,
can't get it close enough. But they basically on you have your menu, your library on they've changed the library. And so the
mhm.
library will be on the right side now and they have a little thing across the top that has where you can divide your library up into the playlists
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
the
Playlists
I'm
or
trying to see if they I'm
podcasts
trying
or
to see if they've
audiobooks.
got a
If they've got a, if they've got a, what you making
oh,
updates for?
I was trying to see if they had a press release because sometimes they have a press release and they'll show you where to
Hmm.
find it in the thing, but I don't see it. So basically, they you can click podcasts and shows, and then in the library, it'll just filter down to where it just shows all your podcasts that
Hmm.
are um
That you're subscribed
that
to.
you subscribe to, and then they have a drop down that says sort by either recents, recently added,
Hmm.
alphabetical, creator, and recently updated.
Hmm.
They didn't have any of that before.
Oh, they didn't have that on the computer at
So
all.
recents, the way they didn't have any of that on the computer before. So recents is, I think, ones that you recently listened to an episode from. Recently added is one that you recently
Yeah.
subscribed to, and then alphabetical, and then by creator, and then the recently updated is who has a new episode out.
Hmm.
So that is a great help to me
Oh,
because
absolutely.
I do listen to the desktop version just like I split between music and podcast. I split between mobile and desktop because I spend at least 4 hours sitting here at this desk working.
Hmm.
and I use this desktop Spotify. But to sometimes I end up using my phone because my phone would have the updated, and then I would cast it over
Over to the computer. Yeah.
to the computer. But I like that I don't have to do that anymore.
Hmm.
That is just it. So that's just a little thing that I'm glad that they have now.
While we're speaking of Spotify, real quick, have you? I've noticed this, and I don't know what is. Oh, did my camera freeze? Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, my camera just cut out. That's weird. But um, why blah, blah. I also listen to podcasts on Spotify, and Spotify will have podcasts that are not like embedded in, they will have commercials, I mean, that are not embedded in the podcast, but they will make their commercials and they'll just have a commercial break, and the commercials will be like updated as they are updating the podcast. So you could be listening to the first episode of the podcast, but the commercial will be a commercial that they just made last week or something, right?
I've noticed that too. Yes.
Okay, have you noticed a weird like sound quality change in the commercials?
No, I hadn't noticed that.
Like I was listening to Scam Goddess, and I was listening to Ologies with Ali Ward, and I think one other podcast. But the commercials would come in and they sounded like they recorded it on their Android from 7 years ago in their closet. Like it was so weird, the quality change. And I was like, at first, because I heard it on one podcast, I was like, oh, it must just be this one. Like maybe they're having some issues or something. But it was on multiple, and I was like, what is going on?
No, I hadn't noticed that. Now, what I have noticed, which I didn't realize this was going to be the Spotify section,
Mm,
but what I have noticed is that because okay, Ari is saying he knows 3 or 4 Donna Summer songs. Yes. Oh, and there is a Donna Summer documentary on Netflix. I thought
ooh,
about you when I saw that. Not that you care, but I thought I'd mention it.
ooh,
Um, but I've noticed 2 things with ads, which the reason I noticed them is because we pay for premium, or your brother
mm-hmm,
pays for premium. So we hadn't been getting ads in a long time. The only ads I was getting for a while were the podcaster red ads. So like
mm-hmm,
when you listen to like I listen to Sawbones, and they always have their bit where they do the first half of the show and they say, okay, let's go to the billing department. And then they insert in the ads that they have read themselves.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um, and like you said, sometimes those ads change. So even if you're listening to an episode from 2017, you're still going to get a new ad. And I
yeah.
know the only reason I noticed this because I noticed when they had their kids, and I have gone back and listened to episodes from before their kids were born, and the ads have their kids in them. So,
Mm,
so I'm
mm-hmm.
like, oh, these ads are like dynamic or whatever,
Yeah.
which I didn't realize for a while. Um, Also, Ari is saying that he loves disco and funk. Well, knock yourself out with the Donna Summer documentary. I don't know if I'm going to watch it or not, but I just thought of you when I saw it was coming up. Um, but I've noticed that there are some ads. So I know there's dynamic ads. Cool. I've noticed that on some of my shows, there are ads where they are giving me local ads.
Ooh, ew.
Like, I'm listening to the show, and then when it comes to the ad break, where I'm expecting them to give me an ad for some other podcast that's coming up, because
Uh-huh.
usually when I listen to the Daily Zeitgeist. They're part of iHeartRadio, so they get different iHeartRadio ads on their ad break. There's different iHeartRadio ads for different podcasts that are on iHeartRadio. But I got a podcast about a like It was something like Food Truck Friday or something in Mount Holly, North Carolina.
Stop. I want you to know where I am. Stop.
Mount
Why?
Holly, North Carolina.
Absolutely not. Get out.
I was like, "What the f is this?"
Get
Number one,
out.
and number two, we pay to not have ads. What are y'all
That too.
doing?
Why? That's one thing that I don't understand. You pay for Spotify Premium so you don't get ads for the music. Why do I still get ads for my podcast?
Number and a second kind of and I only get this with podcasts too. The second kind of ad that they just snuck in the other day was an ad for a Spotify feature. Like they were trying to get you they were trying to get me to um
Was it for the car thing?
no, they were trying to get me to try an audiobook that they offer on Spotify. And
Yes.
it came after the end of a podcast that I was listening to, and I went to hit skip or something. There was no skip. Okay. It was not showing that the other podcast was still going because I thought this ad was embedded in the other podcast. No, the podcast was over. It was not in this pot. It had its own, you know how like you see the little time thing where it's like the
Hmm.
podcast is an hour and 5 minutes and you're 33 minutes in and you see that moving over, right?
Yeah.
This ad had its own little 12 or 15-second time thing moving.
They
And
said
no and
pay
no
what you want, unskippable, babes. Unskippable.
and I couldn't skip that ad. And over where the picture is, where you usually see the picture, the album art for your podcast or the song that you're listening to, they
Hmm.
had the picture for the book that they were trying to get me to listen to on Spotify.
Bro.
I'm like, Spotify, when did you change your rules? We are paying for no ads. Why are y'all trying to sneak these ads in on me?
Exactly. Have you added a super premium that we don't know about? Like, what is going on? Also, Ari said, I bet your location was on, and that's how they know where you are. I don't like it.
Probably.
I don't like
Probably.
it. I don't like it. Like, if I'm watching TV or something and there's like a local ad, that's one thing. Or like sometimes YouTube will give me local ads, and I'm like, okay, sure, get that bag, whatever. I don't want local ads on my Spotify because I almost never have my location on. Why are you giving me local ads on my Spotify? Absolutely not.
No, well, I don't mind them on YouTube and stuff because I know that I'm not paying YouTube.
Yeah, that too.
So y'all need to get your money. But Isaac is paying,
Yeah,
and has been paying for several years at this point for us not to have ads. And now it seems
they're
like
sneaking them in.
in the last 6 months, you figured out a way to sneak some ads in there.
Hmm.
And so, number one, I'm mad because we're paying.
Yes.
Because ads in general don't bother me because for the most part I grew up with commercials on radio and commercials on television, so if that's the way that I get to watch this for free, then I
Hmm.
don't mind an ad. I put up with the ads on Duolingo every single night,
Hmm.
and it's the same ad, and it's annoying, but I
Hmm.
put up with it because that's how I get to do Duolingo for free. but
But he pays for Spotify.
but he pays for Spotify.
And it's like what, $30 a month or something? Because he's got the family plan.
Yeah, he's got the family plan. I mean, it was 15. I don't know if it's gone up. But so it's not a lot of money. But still, it's kind of like when Hulu used to be like, "Oh, you need to pay us, but we're still going to give you ads."
Like,
But you need
why?
to pay. It's like, "No. I'd rather stay on the free tier if you're giving me ads."
Exactly.
For that matter, I pay for Peacock and there's still ads.
Oh, you're right. There's still like 20 ads scattered through because when we watch it, yeah.
I'm paying for the cheap level of Peacock, not the expensive one. I'm paying for like the $5 level of Peacock. So there's still ads.
The what? Where is all the money going to? Because the ads, companies pay the service to put ads on there so that so that people see their thing, so the company gets the money for the ads. But then if they're also getting our money from the subscription, that sounds like greediness.
Oh, it is.
That sounds like we're being greedy in the club tonight, and I don't want it.
but also I with what they're doing with Peacock, their justification is that um because if you get just the free level, then there is like a minimal amount of things you get to watch. If you
Mhm.
pay the $5 level, you get to watch everything they have, movies and television, but you're going to get ads. And then if you want to move up to either what the 10 or $15 level, then you can watch everything they have and get no ads.
It's too
That
much.
that's how they're working that. But since we've been doing Peacock a lot for different things that we watch, I just went ahead and paid the $5.
Mhm.
But I will be switching up at some point because we're starting to reach critical mass for me where I'm starting to feel like, okay, there's too many $5 here, $5 there going out. Which one?
Mhm.
I mean, this doesn't happen too often, but I get to a point at some point where I feel like we need to cancel everything.
Yeah. I just don't
So
like there's
I just
so many
I
services.
need to decide which ones are we using regularly and get
Mhm.
rid of. Because like I was 2 seconds away from getting rid of Disney, but then they have American Born Chinese coming up. What?
I watch Disney almost every day. You stop that right now. You stop that right now. Also, that's how my babysitting girls watch their Bluey and Bear in the Big Blue House. You stop that
Oh,
right now.
excuse me. Okay. I didn't realize we were getting such use out of.
Stop. And that's where Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur is. Stop.
I did not realize.
I wish all of these streaming services had a feature where you could see how much each person is using the
Mhm.
service. Because you
But
would see my Disney.
but then we can't do that because they want you to they don't want us all to be sharing.
They don't.
They don't want
But
us
it would
all to
be
be sharing.
but it would be a good way to like just even imagining that we're all in the house and say I was like 10 years old and you don't want me watching that much TV, you can see how much TV I've watched for the day and say, oh, no, no more for you. Sorry. Like, I feel like it would just be a good thing anyway. It would be helpful for us so you can see that I'm watching Disney all the time, but it would be a good service to have anyway.
If you say so. Okay, Lula Rich. Do you want to talk about Lula Rich or do you want to?
Yes. So I'm glad we're talking about it now because it's like starting to fade into the recesses of my memory. So while I was working on the blanket that whew, rest in peace. I was watching a few documentaries because I think we had this conversation before when I was talking about Class Action Park, where I like watching documentaries that are not so heavily focused on like murder and people dying and
Mhm.
like and all that stuff. And so this one like was not the best because some people did get hurt, but like in my head, this is like for some
Yeah, but
people
Ari, I don't want to do parental control because they're all grown ass adults. I don't need to do parental control to see what they're watching
that's
because
true
then I would have to restrict all the adult stuff, and far be it from me watching their perns if that's what they want to watch
on Disney.
on any service.
Anyway, also let me know when you get Apple TV again so we can watch Schmigadoon.
I know.
Ooh, is this the time of day when her internet goes out?
But I don't
Is it?
know. I feel like I need. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You were cutting out. Go ahead.
No, you were cutting out.
Absolutely not. It was you. We're gonna watch back the. I've got receipts because I go back and watch the live streams. It's always you.
Oh, whatever. But I don't. I feel like I need to get rid of something before I um
Before you get another one.
before I get another one. So I need to get rid. I don't know what I want to get rid of.
Also, not already saying Maya is a different story. I'm an adult. I am 30 years old, sir. Get out. Anyway, Lula Rich. I feel like I did not realize how much stuff went on with that. Like I'd heard bits and pieces about it. And so for people who don't know, LuLaRich it's a 5-episode documentary about the company LuLaRoe, who they sold a few different things, but I believe they're primarily known for their leggings, because they had these really like bold print pattern leggings. But it was crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna give like just a general overarching idea of like what happened, and then if you want more details, go watch it if any of this interests you, because it was so crazy. Because in the documentary, they pulled in the owners of LuLaRoe so that they could tell their side of the story, but then they also pulled in people that worked for them and different people who like joined the company or whatever. And so it was like kind of all the stories going on at once. But basically this woman, she was a single mother, kind of down on her luck, and she like found her husband, they got together or whatever. And then she, trying to make some money, she was selling dresses for like some different people. Like she would go to yard sales and stuff, find these dresses that like, oh, these are cute dresses, these should be sold for more, and then like bring them back and like kind of flip them and sell them. And then she's like, oh, well, I can make some of this stuff, because she like did know how to sew a little bit. And so she started sewing things, and she started sewing dresses, and they were super popular. They started popping off. And so she switched and started selling leggings. And it just happened to be in the height of when leggings were super, super, super popular. And then also the height of people doing like live streams on Facebook and like selling stuff on Facebook and whatnot. Like when everybody was still on Facebook before like Instagram and like TikTok and all that stuff. And so it just happened to be this perfect storm of everybody was seeing this stuff. And so her stuff started getting so popular. And so she was like, so she talked to like another girl who drove out to buy some of these leggings from her, and she had gotten requests from some of her friends back home because she was the only one driving out. And she's like, oh, well, if you want to do this, you can make more money here, you can work for me. And so she brought in the one person, then she brought in 3 more people, and then all of a sudden she started bringing in more people to sell these leggings for her. And so it like started off as a like, you buy the product, you sell, like I'm trying to think of like, don't Girl Scouts do that? They have to like buy the cookies and then they sell the cookies, and then anyway.
No, Girl Scouts do not have to buy the cookies.
Oh, they don't have to buy them. Okay. But anyway, it's a, you buy the product, you sell the product, and then you keep like whatever the difference in the money is or whatever. But then it started changing. And because it got so big, and girls were selling, and they had like limited edition patterns and blah blah blah, and it got so big. And then all of a sudden it started switching to, instead of, oh, we need to be selling more leggings, we need to be making more leggings, and it switched to, we need to have more people in the company. You need to be bringing more people in. And so it shifted from being just this company where you buy and sell the product to, it switched to basically being an MLM, like it switched to being basically a pyramid scheme, where instead of getting money and rewarded for the product that they were selling, they were getting more money and rewards for how many people they brought in underneath them. Mm-hmm. And which, as everybody knows, pyramid scheme terrible, because it's like, it's supposed to like all trickle down, but like there's only so far that can go. There's only so many people buying these leggings. And so it like, the company grew and grew so fast, and they had their like family members, because they had a big family. They had their family members like working different parts of the company. Like they had one of their family members was doing like just like relations or whatever, like being a hype man or whatever, and they had somebody working in HR who had never done that before. Like they brought their kids in because they wanted to help support their kids in the family, but their kids had no idea how to do most of this stuff. So there was like just a bunch of unprepared people. And then all of a sudden, because they grew so fast, they only had so much warehouse, and so people started getting in the leggings. And like at first it was one package, and like, oh, these leggings are like, they smell kind of funky. And then another person, and then they get more packages, and like, oh, these leggings are like moldy. And then like the leggings, and they were like, they went from being good quality to like they would be so thin that you could like poke a hole through it with your thumb and like and tear them through or whatever. And like the patterns started getting ugly, and then they started getting in trouble for copywriting patterns because they had these designers, but they told their designers, I need this many patterns by this week. I need such and such amount of patterns by this week. And so they like for the designers to keep up, they were like stealing patterns, stealing designs from people online. So they got in trouble for copyright and stuff for that. And then one of the craziest bits of it, and they barely address it in the show, but one of the craziest bits about it was the lady who originally started it. She was originally like a bit of a bigger lady, and then all of a sudden she goes to somewhere in Central America and gets the lap band surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And she comes back and she's like, oh, and one of the other girls is asking, like, oh, you look so good. How'd you lose all the weight? Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, I went and visited so and so. You have to go see him. And so they started like a text thread or a Facebook group between a certain number of girls, and they called it like the Skinny Girls Club or Skinny something like that. And and one of the higher up girls didn't want to do it, and this woman was basically pressuring her, saying, you've got to do it, you've got to do it, you've got to do it. And so she went and got like a different surgery, like that was in the US, because she didn't want to fly, she didn't want to go all the way to the Central America to get that one. So she got a different surgery, and that surgery, like she ended up having issues and ended up like passing out and like spraining an ankle or something. And she told the head lady, and she's like, I told you needed to go to Central America. You were supposed to go do the other one. Like, didn't feel bad that she got hurt or anything. It was like, you did the wrong one. That's your fault. And it was so crazy. And they like, and the women were getting all this money, but then they were told by the people in the company that they have to look like they're living in luxury. So all of this money they couldn't really spend on their families and stuff. They were told, you have to buy cars, you have to buy these clothes, you have to be going to these fancy dinners. And so they had all this money, but they didn't really have the money because they had to spend it back on stuff for the company. And it's crazy.
Yeah, I've
It's
listened
so
to.
crazy.
I didn't watch the documentary because I've listened to two different podcasts about the LuLaRoe issue. Um,
Mm-hmm.
one in 2021 and one in 2022. Because yeah, this went on a little while back, and I listened to a couple podcasts where they were like interviewing with people who had been in it and gotten out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hot mess.
It was.
And but unlike some of these other MLM things where they're selling like, herbal supplements or something like that, where there's not really a lot of proof that they're going to work.
These are
You know,
clothes.
these are clothes.
Yeah.
Okay. And at one point the clothes were nice.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, because like the one that I listened to more recently, the lady was like, she had bought the clothes herself. She had bought the leggings. The leggings were real comfortable. She liked them. They were good material,
Mm-hmm.
all of that kind of stuff. But it was like, in this case, unlike some of these other ones, in this case, this started out as a legitimate
Yep.
business where it sounds like people got too greedy.
Yes, the
And
whole theme of this thing feels like money changes you, apparently, because she
exactly,
started out a single mother doing this stuff on her own, and all of a sudden she gets so big for her britches that she's like, "Oh, your stuff came in moldy. Oh, you have all this stuff and can't sell it. That's your fault."
exactly, exactly. If you had just stuck to selling some leggings and
Mm-hmm.
you had enough money to keep you and your kids from being hungry, then that's enough.
Exactly.
I
Or
don't
like
I don't
if you.
understand. It's just indicative of a lot of the attitude in this country period that you have to constantly be working, working, striving to get higher, 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 higher. If you are making enough that everybody's happy, you like your job well enough,
Mm-hmm.
and the bills are paid, then that should be enough.
Yeah, or if you're gonna have a big business, maintain your values. Maintain make sure that you're still like helping people. Make sure you're still having quality stuff. Make sure you're still like if
Mhm.
you're making this business bigger to help people, help women sell stuff and support themselves, make sure that is where make sure that's where you're staying.
Mhm.
It's so crazy because like I said, they bring in the owners on this. If you're interested in the story at all, like even you, mommy, even though you listen to the podcast, I would recommend watching this because they have the owners come in and say what they thought was going on and how they felt about what was going on. And it's such a stark difference between what they're saying and what the people who are working for this company were saying. And they even splice in clips of when they were being police interviewed, and the police were like, do you know what an MLM is? Do you know what a pyramid scheme is? And then they're like, pyramid scheme is where the main focus is on giving support to hiring in more people instead of support to selling the product. Were you running a pyramid scheme? And they're like, no, we weren't. And then they will lay the papers in front of them with their numbers, with the rules that they had laid out, with their plans and all the stuff that they were telling their customers, or they were telling their, like, not employees, but I guess they were contractors, like independent
Mhm.
contractors. But they were telling these people, like, this is, you get these bonuses for hiring on new people. And they would just lay the papers in front of them, and they would look at the papers. They're like, oh, so I guess that is what was going on. Like, trying to figure out how to lie around it. It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
Okay, so just a few more things on our list. Um, I just have one more thing on the list, and then you can go down. Although I may interject some other things, but
Okay.
you may, you know, but we've already been going for like 3 hours, so we don't want to make it too long. But I just wanted to say my thing on my list. I had put on the list. People may not be watching shows at the same time, but it feels like they're all watching the same thing. And what I mean by that is, which is this has always been the same thing with television, but when there was like three, I'm old enough to remember when there was three TV channels. Okay,
Hmm.
so chances are, if a show got hot, everybody was watching it. You knew on Monday people were going home to watch XYZ. Fridays, in particular, Fridays, everybody was watching Dallas on
Hmm.
Friday night because this was three channels. There wasn't, and even though cable was kind of new back then, the HBO did exist. It was like a premium thing. Not a lot of people subscribed to it. Most people still had the antenna on top of their TV, and you got the three channels. People were not really paying for cables. There weren't a lot of different cable channels and Nickelodeon and all that other kind of stuff when Dallas was on. So, when MASH was on Mondays or Dallas was on Fridays, those were big shows. Everybody was watching them. Now it's like there's so many more shows that you can't keep up with everything. There's so many different things that people can be watching. You can't be keeping up with everything. And yet, certain shows come along where I feel like if I hear about Succession one more time, everybody is watching Succession. Everybody's talking about Succession. Everybody,
That's how I
if
felt
I
when Wednesday came out.
if it, I don't know why I mean, I didn't feel it like that so much about Wednesday, and I know people were talking about Wednesday a lot, and I saw Wednesday pop up a lot, but I feel like Succession in particular, because like Ted Lasso, everybody seemed to be talking about how Ted Lasso was a good show and stuff like that. There are a lot of shows in this era that are like that, but Succession seems to be on a separate level where everybody thinks everybody should be watching Succession. It's like, you know what? I am not interested in Succession.
We are in different spaces of the internet because I have not heard. I don't even know what Succession is about. We are in different sections of the
Bottom
internet.
line, Succession is. Do you remember the show Empire?
Vaguely, I remember people talking about it. I didn't know what that one was about either because I did not.
Okay, because that was one of your father's favorites for about half a season. But no, basically, so apparently I am on the wrong side of the
Yep.
internet. Succession is basically a show. I think it's on Showtime. It is a show about this family where I think the patriarch is about to die, and
Hmm.
all of his kids want to get um
In the will.
I'm describing it wrong. I know it's about a business and everybody is backbiting each other.
Okay.
And some people say it is based on Rupert Murdoch. It has had 3 seasons. It is on HBO Max. According to Wikipedia, it says the series centers on the Roy family, the owners of Waystar Royco, a global media and entertainment conglomerate who are fighting for control of the company amid uncertainty about the health of the family's patriarch. So I did get that right. That
Okay.
basically the father of the family is sick, and everybody's fighting to see who's going to take over because they think he's about to die.
Okay.
And it's about to have its. They just started their last season in March, and
Mhm.
everybody's talking about this show. And it's like, I don't know if it's just because I am old and I have watched shows like Dallas, which had aspects of who's going to control the ranch and the businesses. um Empire was the black version of
Mhm.
Succession, which was basically who is going to control this record company. And what was there one, Nashville, I think. What's the country one that's out now? Yellowstone, which is a bunch of who's going to control everything.
Mhm.
I'm not interested in those shows.
Yeah,
But
that's a lot of drama that I don't need in my life.
everybody is talking about them, and it's like you would think with so much stuff out there to watch that you would be able to get away from that stuff. And apparently now that I'm talking to you,
You're just on the wrong
you
side.
can get away from it because you don't know what Succession is. Ari doesn't know what Succession is. Yet all I hear on my podcasts is, maybe because I listen to a lot of news related podcasts, and
Probably.
this, a lot of people are saying that this is based on Rupert Murdoch, so it fits with the newsy people that they would want to watch this.
Yeah.
I
All
I'm
the
not.
stuff that I'm hearing about, what I'm hearing about right now? I'm hearing about Dimension 20, the Ravening War. That is all that I'm hearing about because they're pulling Matt Mercer. Matt Mercer is coming in from Critical Role and he's DMing a season of Dimension 20, which is like a prequel to A Crown of Candy. A Crown of Candy, the only Dimension 20 season that I just couldn't. I just could not. I haven't watched all of them, but picture Game of Thrones with all the political intrigue and blah blah blah
Mhm.
blah blah, but all the people are made out of food. I could not get through Game of Thrones because all of that political stuff, I
Yeah,
get so confused so easily.
yeah.
I tried watching that season and I got through a few episodes, but I was like almost every episode someone would be like, oh, "How dare they? I hate them." And I'm like, "Why are we mad at them? I don't
Uh,
understand. Why what happened? I don't." And they're like, I subtly like wink an eye at him and I'm like, "Oh, are we friends with him? I don't understand."
it's even worse when it's a romance novel. I mean, this is a sidetrack, so I won't go too far. But I just finished reading a book, which like sixth book in the series of a series that I had remembered enjoying, but they have switched it to where, oh, there's this overarching, basically, several women were kidnapped from Earth because this planet needs women, because not enough women are being born. They need to have babies. That's how all these alien romances go, or a
Mhm.
lot of them do. And so the first few books were, okay, the women have woken up, they're mating off with these people. So far so good. Somewhere around the fifth book, which I didn't read the fifth book because I looked at the plot synopsis, it's like, I'm not interested in that one, I'm going to go to the sixth one. Somewhere around the fifth book, apparently the queen has gotten involved, and apparently these people haven't been able to go back to Earth because Earth is classed as primitive. And
Mhm.
so they're trying to get people to realize by meeting the humans that are on the planet now that, oh, humans actually are not like dogs.
Mhm.
They can talk and they have brains and they can learn languages and stuff like that. And so let's change Earth to like a class 3, and if they change Earth to a class 3, then these aliens can go meet some of these people and get wives of their own, and then maybe they can solve their issue.
That
Okay,
is, pause for 2 seconds, minus the romance and trying to find wives part of it. That is the plot of what is going on in one of our D&D games. In one
okay,
of our D&D games, we are on a planet and no one has come and visited us. We were living like primitive lives or whatever. And there were these like sky people, and we're like, oh, they're gods or whatever. And then we find out, no, they're aliens that have been researching us, and we have not been part of the greater universe of what's going on. And so we had to go and talk to the High Council and say, hey, we're people. We just traveled all the way here. We are people. Stop saying that we're not.
so yeah, it's pretty much that. But apparently, in the book that I skipped, they've gotten to some infighting.
Mm.
Okay, and so now the queen is dead, and the woman who secretly was her daughter and nobody knew
Ooh.
has taken over. I mean, some people knew, but other people didn't know. Has taken over, and she doesn't like the human women. So it's like she feels like the humans have been given too much leeway to do
Mm-hmm.
what they want to do. It's like, no, we should just go to that planet and take some women because we need some women.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to open this mess up. We don't care about their feelings. Our race is about to die. We need to go and get some women's.
Mm-hmm.
And so at the end of that book, that's where they were, and it's like, okay, I'm not reading any more of this
Yeah.
because I don't want the whole political of we have to worry about hiding and where we can live because this new queen might find us and
That's
send us
stressful.
somewhere else and all this other kind. No, I'm not. I'm not. People are
Mm-hmm.
food in Dimension 20. I think
Okay.
Ari is confused.
Yeah, Ari. So you're listening to Unsleeping City right now, and you went to listen to Fantasy High in the season of Crown of Candy. In that season in particular, they are in a universe where everybody's made out of food. And so, like, the king is made out of chocolate. His daughters are made out of like licorice and toffee or something. There's a chocolate bunny and like a gummy bear knight, and it's all cute and fun until it's too much politics and I can't understand what's going on.
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of the whole political thing
Yes.
either. But just in general, basically what I was trying to say, and then we can move on, is that there are so many shows now. It's not like it was when
When there
I
was
was
just Dallas.
when I was younger and um he's asking what that season was called.
A crown of candy. We'll put it in the notes.
Will
I'll
we
I'll tell it to you.
will we really?
We will. I will tell it to you. It's called A Crown of Candy.
Okay. Um But there's so many things that why is everybody stuck on the same show?
Hmm. I think it's I.
Maybe I'm just saying this because Succession is something that I am not interested in because I did not mind it when people were talking about Ted Lasso because Ted Lasso sounds like a fun show. I haven't watched it, but it sounds like a fun show that I might like if I watched it. So I wasn't really that upset when people were talking about Ted Lasso, but I feel like I'm hearing too much about Succession, and there are just other things out there to talk about.
Well, I think part of it is that same kind of vibe of like when you're in high school or middle school and everybody's like, "Oh, did you watch the new Star Wars movie or whatever?" and you didn't
Yeah,
watch it, and so then you can't have the conversation with your
yeah,
friends. And so
yeah.
one person starts watching it and then another person watches it and then everybody falls into it so that they can be a part of the conversation.
I know because I watched one season of American Idol several years ago just because everybody I ate lunch with at my job watched American Idol. And I was not a fan of that show, but I watched it just to be in the conversation because everybody
Mm.
else was watching it. I did the same thing when I was in high school, pretended to like Andy Gibb just because the girls I sat with liked Andy Gibb. I could care less about Andy Gibb, but you know,
I would not know Andy Gibb from Adam. I don't know who this is.
he was a singer
Oh,
back in the
okay.
70s. And
Sure.
you know, they had posters of him in Tiger Beat, you know, that sort of
In
thing.
what?
Tiger Beat.
So you repeated it as if I would know it just from the name. Was this
Ti-
like
Tiger Beat.
So saying the name again does not make it more clear to me. Was this a teen magazine?
Yes, it was a teen
Okay.
magazine. Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Why would I know Tiger Beat? You tell me right this moment why I would know what Tiger Beat is.
Because you're alive in this world, so you know things.
Not Tiger Beat. Not Tiger nor Beat. Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Acting like I know this stuff.
What good are you?
Here she is looking up Tiger Beat. I feel it. You got your searching face on.
I do not have a searching face.
You do, because your searching face is you tilting your head up so you can look through your bifocals and you're leaning into the computer
I
like
do
this.
not have
Ooh,
a
ooh,
searching.
and what is that? And what is this? I don't have a searching face.
Shut up.
Ooh, Tiger Beat super special. Okay.
Sean Cassidy, Patrick Cassidy. No Andy Gibb on this one. Oh, it
These
says Andy
haircuts.
Gibb is on the inside. That's what it's
Oh,
saying.
you gotta buy it to find Andy Gibb.
Oh, I'm not buying it. But okay, that's Andy Gibb. 10 secret ways to win Andy's heart.
Because we're totally gonna run into Andy Gibb.
Because we totally are.
All right, what do we
Andy
have?
Gibb, can he keep you screaming?
Calm
Anyway.
down, Andy.
Anyway.
What is next on
Um,
this list?
Craig of the Creek. We need to zip through these because we're closing in on 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I'll go. Oh, Ari said he's about to go to lunch. So if you have to leave, bye Ari. Thanks for chatting with us today. Um, Craig of the Creek, super cute. I was looking for another show to kind of have in the background while I was crocheting and stuff. And Craig of the Creek, I had seen some people talk about it. It looked super cute. The art style was like not one that was terribly offensive to me or anything. Also, the main character, Craig, is black. And I was like, okay, we stand. And so I watched it. And it's super cute. It's very reminiscent for anybody watching this. Oh, Ari's going to say here, he's just about to go lunch. So he's probably going to be responding even more. But it's cute. It's kind of reminiscent of the show Recess in that all of these kids, they go to the creek and that's their like place where they hang out, and they like have these different cliques and like things that are like their thing, and everyone takes it so seriously. Like there are the horse girls who like pretend that they're horses, and everyone is like, oh yeah, those are the horse girls out there galloping in the field, let's bring them some carrots. Like they treat them as if they are horses. Yes, and then there's the like ninja anime kids, and they hang out by this waterfall with friggin' cherry blossoms or something, and they will like throw down a smoke bomb and like run away, and everybody treats it as if they fully disappeared. Like there's one girl who runs like a trading post, and she I think gets from her grandmother, who is also like running a scam at the nursing home, but she gets all these snacks from her grandmother and she keeps them in like coolers and like chests and stuff, and the kids come and trade good stuff to her like as if it's like an actual shop. Yeah, it's so good. But one of the things that I really like that's like there's a little tidbit that I feel like you would like is his mom at the beginning of the show. His mom, she has, I think her hair is either natural or like permed, and there's an episode where they go across the like overpass for her to get her hair done, and she gets her hair in box braids, and then she has box braids for the next like few episodes. Like they make sure that they animate her with the box braids for the next few episodes, as if like because you and I know you get box braids and you're not just taking those out the next day.
Yeah.
So they have her go to the shop, she gets the box braids, and then she like still has those box braids for I think the rest of the season possibly. And it was just a detail that I really really liked. It's an interesting, cute little show.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, getting a spinoff, a new movie, and a 5th season. They're doing a lot over there.
So Craig of the Creek. I don't watch animation, but that sounds cute. Okay. Abbott Elementary, another show that everybody is talking about that I have no intention of watching. Go ahead.
I didn't think that I was gonna watch it, but I was I think I had gotten either to the end of Craig of the Creek or I was like close to the end or something and I wanted something else to watch. I was just like, I want something else to watch. And so I was like, everybody's talking about the show and I like Quinta. Like I liked Quinta back
Uh,
when she was on BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed.
So I was like, let me go see Quinta's show. And I am watching it right now. I think I've only got 4 episodes left because it's only 2 seasons out right now. I think I've only got 4 episodes left. It's decent. It's not like
I'm happy for her that she's got a
mhm.
show, but I've discovered recently that I don't have much patience for sitcoms anymore, so I'm not interested.
Yeah, I was just worried that it was going to be a lot of like embarrassment humor, i.e., like The
Cringy.
Office or like
Mhm.
Community or something, where all of the humor hinges on someone embarrassing themselves, and
Mhm.
and and particularly embarrassing themselves and not realizing they're embarrassing themselves. But
Uh-huh.
it's not quite that because that is the type of humor that I cannot watch
Exactly. That's what we
whatsoever.
were saying before when we were talking about smexy scenes. I don't like cringe humor.
Yeah, I can't. It makes me so uncomfortable because I feel uncomfortable for them and I want to help them and I can't do anything about it. It makes me uncomfortable.
Secondhand embarrassment. Exactly. You get that from
Exactly.
your mother.
Exactly. But this show is not that. Like Quinta is the butt of the joke for a lot of things that's going on, but she is self-aware. She understands that she is getting embarrassed. And it's not in a really bad way. She like embraces it and is like, yeah, haha, I'm cringy, whatever. Like it doesn't make me uncomfortable the way these other shows give me secondhand
Mhm.
embarrassment. So that is good. I've watched almost the whole thing. I'm definitely planning on finishing it out. And it's pretty decent. There's like a little
Mhm.
romance thing going on and it's definitely something to watch and I like hearing the school stories and the teachers and stuff.
Mhm.
It's interesting.
You know that Bob Hart Abishola came back, right?
Yeah, there's like a so I watched 3 seasons. There's a fourth season. I can't find it because it's not on Hulu, which is where I was watching, or HBO Max or whatever, where I was watching it. Because I was talking to
I think
go
it's
ahead.
on
Prime. Is that what you're about to
uh
say?
Paramount.
Paramount. Okay, so I just got Isaac's Paramount login, so I'll have to go check it out there because I.
But I don't know how many episodes they're gonna have because they came back right as the writer's strike came on. So I don't know how many
Mm,
and sitcoms like that typically, at least back in the day, sitcoms like that would only film like they'd film one episode a week. So typically they would only have maybe one extra episode in the can.
hmm.
So and they came back right when the writer's strike came back. So I don't know if they're still on the air or not.
Well, I think there's because did they come back for season 4 or season 5? Because I feel like season 4 is out and just was not on HBO Max, and I didn't get to watch it because it wasn't on HBO Max.
Oh.
Because I remember finishing and I was like, oh no, I thought there was more, and that's when I talked about it on the live. And then I was watching TikTok, and there was a clip that was clearly from Bob Hart's Show, like same set, one of the actresses and everything, and I was like, this never happened. This never happened. What is this? This never. And I'm like, it has to be out somewhere for some rando on TikTok to be posting it. This never happened. Where's the season?
Okay, let's see.
So
Where can I watch season 4 of Bob Hart's Abishola?
I might have a full season that I can watch.
Currently, you can watch Bob Hart's Abishola on Paramount. So I think they switched from HBO to Paramount.
You can't just be
Because
doing that and not telling
well,
people.
it has a whole lot of to do with like who owns the studio where they're filming and whatever and whatever. So I think HBO Max probably just had the deal for episodes for series 1 through 3, and then
Hmm.
and then Paramount because Paramount just recently became a thing. So they weren't really doing all because CBS used to have its own CBS.com, and then they just got rid of CBS.com not too long ago.
The thing is,
So
where do we hear about these things? Because if I had not seen that clip on TikTok and tried to look it up later, I would have been like, oh, when am I getting more? Like, why do I not hear about when these things move? Why is there not a better like I don't want to have to look it up is what I'm saying. I don't want to have to look up where my next season of my show is.
well, let's see. I think this is season 4. Let's see.
You think season 4 is the one coming out during the writer's strike?
No, I think that it says the last episode. The
Okay.
last episode aired on May 22nd. There was an episode this so you said you've only seen the first 3
Yes.
seasons? Okay, yeah, the 4th season started in September, and the last episode of it aired on May 22nd.
Okay, so I need to log on to Paramount ASAP.
So yeah, it's on Paramount. Where are we going? Season 3, season 4. I'm trying to go down.
You're
Se
good. I can look it up.
Season 4, 22nd. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that wasn't the last episode because it's supposed to be 2 this is supposed to be 22 episodes. So
Hmm.
that was the 21st episode on no, no, no. It was the 22nd episode on May 22nd. Or will be May 22nd because it's not 22nd yet.
Yeah.
It's the 19th. So yeah. So they just
So
had
we'll
an
have that
episode
full
on the
season.
15th.
Okay.
So yeah. So the last episode will be next week. So yeah, you're gonna have to go to Paramount.
I hate switching services for things. So frustrating. Anyway, but yeah, I'll go back and watch that because I really liked that
I
show
know you liked that show, and I'm glad you have Isaac's login so that you
because
can
that
work
was a
that so you
good
can work
one.
that out. Okay. Ologies by Ali Ward. I'll be honest, I listened to one episode about crossword puzzles. It felt kind of dry to me, so I didn't even finish the whole episode.
I would recommend because there are definitely some episodes that I don't. Oh, Ari said at least your service is free. Yeah, we.
Okay, the service is not free. We do a round robin in
Yep,
this household.
we have
Where
enough people.
because like everybody is paying for something. I'm paying for a couple. Isaac is paying for a couple. Maya is paying for a couple. Chloe is paying for a couple. We
Mhm.
still need to get Sydney on there.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Can Sydney pay for? Doesn't Sydney have an iPhone? Can Sydney pay for Apple TV?
Well, we'll see. Because I don't know if she watches Apple TV though. I'm not gonna
That's
ask her to
true.
pay. I'm gonna ask her to pay for something that she's not watching, but at the same time, she watches all the other ones. So she wants to chip in and pay for one.
Hmm.
That would be nice.
But back to ologies. I would recommend like go through and find subjects that you are vaguely interested in,
Well,
and
I was interested in crossword puzzles, but he made crossword puzzles sound dry as hell.
yeah, sometimes the guest that's on there is just they're just a dry, dusty saltine cracker with extra salt. Like it is so dry and dusty, but some of them are like the people are very very interesting and like and engaging to listen to. Like I did not think I was going to be interested in the episode about trees, and I listened to both episodes of the guy talking about the one about trees, and also like the jellyfish one was pretty interesting. There was one about what was it about mushrooms and funguses. And then, oh, go listen to the one with, Alexis, the Black Forager.
Yeah, Alexis Nicole. Yeah.
Yeah, go listen to her episode. Her episode's good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really all about the guest. Like if the guest that they have on is some dry, crusty, dusty old man, then it's not gonna be super engaging. Like Allie does hype it up a good bit with her like little interludes, but
Uh-huh.
if the guest is real dry, it's not gonna be super interesting. But go through and listen to like find episodes that you think you might be even a little bit interested in, and listen to it and see how you feel about the like give. What I'm saying is give it another try.
All right. I found the episode with Alexis Nicole, so I am putting that into my episodes. That's the other thing about Spotify that I am glad that they added a while back is the your episodes thing where you can just click and it
Mhm.
sends one specific episode because for a long time I had to just subscribe to the whole podcast so that I wouldn't forget that the podcast existed if somebody mentioned it. But
Yeah.
now if somebody says, "Oh, I'm going to be on such and such episode of this podcast over here," then I can just go and save that one episode with that one person I'm interested
Mhm.
in hearing on another show, and then and then do it that way. Ari likes our round robin system. I'm sure that the streaming companies don't like our round
Nope.
robin system, but I feel like for a family, that is a fair situation where everybody's paying for something and we're all sharing it.
Absolutely. We're about to drop Netflix like a bag of hot rocks.
Why? Oh,
Didn't you say
because
you were gonna?
that's
Yeah.
right, because they're getting rid of the that's gonna be
Hmm.
sad when we drop Netflix.
Yeah, I just told Wayne, I was like, you make sure you watch, because he watches Trailer Park Boys on Netflix. I'm like, you make sure you watch it for the last time whenever you're ready, because we're about to lose it.
Yeah, because see, we've had Netflix since Netflix was new.
We had Netflix since
Since before
DVDs.
since DVDs, before there was streaming, nobody in our neighborhood had Netflix. We were the only ones getting those red envelopes. I remember getting it for your father because we still used to go to the video store
Mm-hmm.
and get stuff to watch. We were regular people at the video store to get stuff to watch, but Daddy would run out of time to take it back,
Mm-hmm.
and we would get those late fees. And I thought that, okay, this Netflix thing where it's in the mail and we just can put it back in the box, because they had the postage paid mailer and everything, would be great. And at first he didn't use it a lot, not as much as the rest of us did, but
Mm-hmm.
now I think we all equally come and go on Netflix. Okay, so I'll give Ologies another try. Ghost
Yep.
Whisperer. You don't have to explain Ghost Whisperer to
No, I'll have
everybody
to.
knows Ghost Whisperer.
Yes, I So I was trying. I wasn't even originally gonna watch Ghost Whisper. Isaac and I were up. It was after a game night.
It's Jennifer Love Hewitt's eyes, isn't it? They just get you.
Every time I am not watching Jennifer Love Hewitt, and then I go to look at her, the first thought in my head is she looks like a mean Southern mom. And I know that's not what she sounds like, and I know that's not
Okay,
who she is,
I
but
think
she has
I
that
think
face.
she may look like that now because she has had some babies. She's put on some weight.
Hmm.
She's on 911, and she's had some babies. She's put on some weight. She looks a little bit more like she could come from Gastonia.
Hmm.
But when
Like
she
she's gonna yell at some kids for being on her
but
lawn.
but when she was on Ghost
She was a
Whisperer,
baby child.
she was in her
She was
she was in her long hair, thick eyelash prime.
she was okay. So one okay,
I am a straight woman and I could not take my eyes off of Jennifer Love Hewitt.
not my mother have her coming out moment about Jennifer Love
Back
Hewitt.
back in her Ghost Whisperer prime.
Okay, so the two things I think about her are one, she looks like I must be thinking about present Jennifer Love Hewitt. She looks like a mean Southern mom. And then two, the other thing I think of is every time I just have that just wisping memory of she was the exercise instructor on that Barbie dance video. And they couldn't call her Jennifer for some reason. They said her name was Kelly. And I do not know why. But so
Yeah, she's been around for a minute.
I wasn't even originally going to watch Ghost Whisperer, but after game night on Sunday, Isaac and I were up talking, and we were just talking about different shows because I was telling him about how I was watching documentaries, and so he was going through his stuff because he likes to watch a lot of documentaries. So he was giving me some recommendations, and then he was just kind of going through talking about what he's been watching, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I watched Ghost Whisperer. I watched like almost all of it," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about Ghost Whisperer," because I had watched like an episode or two before,
Mhm.
and I forgot about Ghost Whisperer, but I remember enjoying it, so I pulled it up. And I've been watching it since Tuesday, since the great blanket debacle. But I'm enjoying it too. A few just notes that hit me. One, she was 26 when the show came out. She produced this show at 26. She is the producer on this show at 26 years old. What am I doing with
Yeah,
my life?
yeah, I know. I know. Stuff like that makes you go, ugh.
26 years old, and she's producing a whole entire show, and she's the star of it. Anyway, The other thing is all of the episodes feel like they have a rhythm. I am so far liking the show. I just had like a bunch of thoughts go through. Okay. One, every time I bring up Ghostbusters, Ari says she just has it. um, every time I bring up Ghost Whisperer on Hulu, it brings up, you know how they have the big like cover art whenever you go to bring something up. It
Uh-huh.
brings up the big cover art of Ghost Whisperer, and then I get mad because you know who I don't see on that cover art?
Who?
Aisha Tyler.
Well, because she was only on there for one season.
Stop! I didn't know how long she was there. I'm about to lose her. I'm about to lose her. I haven't finished season 1. I'm only about 16 episodes in. I'm about to. I knew she was leaving. You don't have to be that upset. I knew she was leaving because she's not on that cover art. But I'm about to lose her, and I'm upset because I love Aisha Tyler. I love
Aisha
Aisha Tyler so
Aisha
much.
Tyler is one of, I like her too, but she's one of those actresses where again it's like she's been in a lot of stuff and you're like, how do I know her? Because she never stays in anything for very long. I forget often that she was in Ghost
She's
Whisperer.
in that first season of Ghost Whisperer. She was in a full season of Friends because she and Ross
That's
were
what
dating
I
for a while.
heard, but I don't
Hmm.
watch. I don't watch
Yeah, you don't
Friends,
watch Friends,
so
but she and
I
Ross were
didn't
dating for a while.
know.
The only thing that I know of that I can think of that she has consistently been in is one, she is now the new host for Whose Line Is It
Uh
Anyway?
huh.
And then two, she is one of the main characters in Archer.
Yeah,
She's the voice actress for
and
one of the main
and
characters in Archer.
she was on Criminal Minds.
When? Am
I
I
I
forgetting?
I, I guess after you stopped watching,
Yeah, I must have. I need to go finish Criminal Minds.
she was
I
on
stopped
Criminal Minds. Oh,
I stopped watching for a little while because I got
we
stressed.
stopped watching. We stopped watching on a regular basis for a long time because it was giving me nightmares. So I stopped watching it.
Yes,
But
I got
but
stressed.
it was giving me nightmares. But we did pick up and watch one or two episodes when she announced that she was going to be on it.
Okay, so I'll have to go back and watch because she was not on it when by the time I had stopped watching it, and I had just like it's so interesting. It is a good show and it's interesting, but like when you're at a point in your life when a lot of stressful things are happening, I don't need more extra stress on
Yeah.
top of that of like, will this pretend man pretend die?
I don't, and you know me and murder shows, and they abound everywhere, and I am just tired of murder being on everything and every podcast. Again, if I'm on the wrong side of the internet and y'all are on a different side, y'all need to give me a map to get to that side because every commercial for everything that I see and every trailer that YouTube wants to feed me is about, it makes me think that there's nothing but dark shows and dark movies out there
Mm-hmm.
because everything is about somebody who has murdered somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It just
every podcast, every movie trailer, every new TV show coming out, there's always some dark secret that somebody has
mm-hmm.
got buried in the basement or somebody that they've murdered and they're chasing them or something. I don't want dark. As soon as the camera goes dark, I stop watching the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As soon as if the movie is visually dark, then I know that it is going to be tonally dark, and I do
Yes.
not want it. I
Yes.
do not want it. I search for happy all the time.
Yeah, and
And
I
what
don't mind. I don't mind true crime stuff, but I'm definitely out of my phase of murder true crime stuff. But true crime stuff where somebody is robbing somebody, true crime stuff where there's a silly scam, pulling a silly
mhm,
little scam, that I
mhm.
will watch. I want a police procedural where people are pulling silly little scams.
Yeah. Yeah. How to get away with murder is what I see when you say
Mm,
that. I never watched that show.
me either.
I never watched that show. I didn't watch Scandal either, and that was, your father was a fan of that for a minute.
Hmm.
But I no, no. I just want to watch happy things. And there seems to be a trend lately, a mild trend, although this is slightly away from what else were you gonna say about Ghost Whisperer before I say this?
Oh, I was gonna say a few different things. You say your thing, and I'll circle back.
Oh, I was just gonna say that there seems to be a slight trend right now seeping into the cozy game community where people are saying, now I know you don't think of this as cozy,
Oh, like the
but
creepy cozy.
you know, Cult of the Lamb or, some sort of Dark Souls slasher thing where there's not a bit of light in this video game, but I find it cozy to slash down all of these zombies. Okay, you can find it cozy all you want, but that's not what people are calling cozy. And
Yeah.
there is a YouTuber called Miss Bubbles who she shows cozy games, and she called them out in one of her recent videos where she was saying, okay, we need to say this up front. Now, as much as I like to play games like Call of Duty or whatever else, I know when people come to my channel, they are looking for the cozy games because that is what I started out with. So I am
Mhm.
not going to try to put Call of Duty up here and convince you that it's cozy. No matter
Mhm.
how relaxing I may find, shooting down people in Overwatch or Fortnite or whatever these games are. I'm not gonna pretend they're cozy.
Yeah.
And the rest of these YouTubers should stop lying. They're not cozy. That's not what people are looking for. When people are looking for cozy, and then she said she had a poll. You tell me what you're looking for cozy. But I think when people are looking for cozy, they are looking for bright colors,
Mhm.
fun, no combat, no
Mhm.
blood, no difficult things where you have to try to jump over a cliff or some crap.
Yeah.
Second rant of the day, exactly. I've got on some videos lately where before I saw her video where it was exactly that. I go to see, okay, what cozy games are you talking about? And they're showing me some things that are all dark and
Yeah.
this is not
The only
cozy.
one the only one I can almost understand is Cult of the Lamb, because from what I understand, Cult of the Lamb is like, one, the art style is,
Cult of the
if the
Lamb is on
colors
the
were brighter.
edge.
Yeah,
Cult
because
of the
Cult of the
Lamb is
Lamb, if
edge.
the colors were a little brighter, it would definitely be in that cozy kind of aesthetic with the art style. And
Mhm,
then from what I understand, there's not a lot of like hard like combat or anything. It's just the subject matter of it is
mhm.
darker because it is a cult.
Yeah,
But
I've watched some gameplay of that, and it is on the edge because
yeah.
it has the elements, but it is more cozy.
Ooh, Ari Cook Serve Delicious is not cozy. That game is chaos. That game is chaos. I love it, but that game is not cozy. That game is chaos.
Yeah, that get to me, and I mean, again, Serve Delicious is kind of on the edge, especially the new one, Cook Serve Forever, because it is very brightly colored and pretty pictures of food. But the
Mhm.
thing is that you have to have good reflexes for that game.
Mhm.
And for me, for a game to be cozy, it has to have where you don't have to have good reflexes all the time.
Mhm.
There may be a time limit, like, my game that you hate, I mentioned, Wildflowers.
Mm,
But there is, which I haven't played Wildflowers in weeks, by the way.
I'm surprised. Didn't they just have that thing come out about the animals and
Yeah,
stuff?
but I'm not really about animals, so I'm not really in that much of a rush. I may go back to it this weekend, but I'm not in that much of a rush. But um if you have to really, time how you're jumping over something or whatever in a game, that's not cozy to me. That is stressful. Or
Mhm.
if you have to hurry up and there are games, because I'm all about the management sims. I
Mhm.
do like myself a management sim where you have to like cook all the different foods within the 2 minutes, like Diner Dash,
Yep.
and Cooking Dash and the things like that. But Maya plays it and doesn't have good reflexes. That's
How
me.
dare you? How dare you?
That's
How
me.
dare you try to call me out like that? Get out of here.
But as much as I like the cooking games and I like and they are bright and they are colorful, but I would hesitate to put them on the cozy end because they do kind of get my heart rate up a little bit because I
Mhm.
have to go fast. And to me, a cozy game is a relaxing game.
Yeah.
You're not trying to go fast to hurry up and get something done. It's
Mhm.
just relaxing. But
Absolutely.
so Ghost Whisperer.
Okay, back to Ghost Whisper. I'm upset that I'm about to lose Aisha Tyler because I love Aisha Tyler so much. Um, the other things are, um, I am a little surprised that I'm watching the show, honestly, because I stopped wanting to watch like the stressful murder shows and everything.
Mhm,
And this show is quite literally about death. Someone is dead every
mhm,
episode,
mhm.
but it doesn't like, I don't know, it doesn't feel as like heavy as the other
Yeah,
shows.
because the people are already dead, and it's more so. Let me talk to my loved one and tell them that I
Yeah.
still love that I loved them before I left, or here's the money so you don't go broke, or whatever.
Hmm. And it still, so I'm on episode 16. So she's been doing this for a while because IRL she's 26, in the show she's like in her 20s, already married or whatever. Why does she still have such a hard time telling people what she does? Because she will every single episode still will come to someone and be like, "So, I have this thing that I can do, and it's hard for me to explain. It's but like, ma'am, you should have gotten this down to a script at this point. Like, you go to the person and you say, this is going to be hard to believe. You probably aren't going to believe me. I can speak to people who have passed on. Like, why does she waffles about it so much every time? And I know that it's stressful because you feel like the person's not going to believe you, or you're going to have to talk your way like through it or whatever. But get to the point and stop waffling, my girl. Stop waffling about it. Okay, and then the other thing, what was I going to say? I had a bunch of different ideas. I'm trying to like consolidate them. Oh, another thing is I really like that because there's the like little bit of stress of how is she going to tell this person that she could speak to these people? Are they going to believe her? Yada yada. How is she going to help this person? I like that because there is that stress there. I don't have to worry. And if this changes later on in the seasons, don't tell me. But I like that I don't have to worry about her relationship with her husband because it seems like
Uh-huh.
they have a good relationship and he
Mhm,
supports what she does, she supports what
mhm.
he does. And so I like that when she goes back to the house to talk to him, there's no stress. She's not dealing with, oh, he's trying to leave her because she's always out talking to the ghost or whatever. Like, I
Yeah.
like that it feels like she has that solid concrete thing there. And again, if that changes on later on, don't tell me. Um, but another thing that like irritates me about the way that she does stuff is, and this is like a mild irritation, this might not even really irritate anybody else, but she will be standing there. And so, say I'm her, and you are trying to talk to somebody who's passed on. The person who's passed on will say, "Tell her that I like she is the light of my life, and I can't do anything without her." And then Jennifer
Mhm.
Love Hewitt will say, "Oh, he's saying that he loves you so much." Why are you paraphrasing?
Exactly.
These are the words of someone who's passed on, and they will never get to speak to them again. Tell or like they won't get to speak to them until they have all themselves passed. Do not paraphrase.
Tell
T-
exactly what happened.
exactly. Tell them in their words. Like, I understand when she paraphrases for something mm, like every once in a while, I'll understand why she paraphrases, but she paraphrases 99% of the time. Why
Yeah.
are you paraphrasing?
I had forgotten about that, but yeah, you're right. That is annoying. That is annoying. About as annoying as it is for me to be standing up in this camera, but my leg hurts and I have to stand up.
Oh, you're fine.
That's annoying.
I don't understand why she's paraphrasing, and then I don't understand why the ghosts don't get more upset about her paraphrasing. Because if I was gone and I said something in a very specific way, and then they said, "Oh, well, she just is trying to say that you mean so much to her." No, you tell her I said I love you, bitch. Like, why are you paraphrasing for me?
Exactly. Exactly.
It.
But
Oof.
there are so many older shows that I wish you could watch that are not available. Like watching hearing you talk about this, and I was talking about my mild crush. You've heard my story about Jennifer and Love You, and I'm sure I've told you this before. But your father and I used to be a fan. There was the show that was in the same time slot as Ghost Whisperer on Friday nights was a show called Joan of Arcadia. And your
Okay.
father and I were that was appointment television for us. We were sitting down on Friday night, can't miss it. We really like this show.
Okay.
It was on for 2 seasons. The last season ended on somewhat of a cliffhanger They canceled the show.
Ooh.
They canceled the show and they said they were putting in its place this Ghost Whisperer show. All I knew about Jennifer Love Hewitt was that she had been on this teen show on Fox called Party of Five. I was
Mhm.
not interested. I was not going to watch this show because it replaced my beloved Joan of Arcadia.
Mhm.
Okay. But Friday night is somewhat of a desert on regular TV. There's not a whole lot to watch on Friday nights. Now it's better. You got streaming services and stuff. But again, there was
Mhm.
no streaming services when this was on the air. Okay, you were a little baby then. There was no streaming services on the air. And so we ended up watching it a couple times because there was no, you know, there was nothing else really on to watch, number one. And number two, I think your father was interested in it. And it was like, when your father's interested, I sit in the room with him no matter what he's watching, even if it's a
Mhm.
show I don't want to watch. And I ended up getting sucked in. And we were fans of that show and watched it. I was sucked in by Jennifer Love Hewitt's eyes,
Mhm.
those lashes,
She
and
does
that
have some
long
lashes.
thick hair. I was sucked in. And then I begrudgingly, because I was hurt that my show was not coming back, but we ended up becoming fans of it. And then, but it did kind of go off the rails a little bit toward the end, and I don't think we ever finished the last season, maybe even the last two seasons,
Ooh,
because it
well,
because it went off the rails a bit.
we'll see how far I get then, because I am just like I'm still in the first season, and they have
Yeah,
gone
I'm
from
not
like,
gonna tell you because you will probably because you'll enjoy it for a good bit before it goes off the rails
mhm.
because we were big fans of it, before it went crazy.
Yeah. One thing I'm loving though, all of these early 2000s special effects. Whoo! Oh my
Why
goodness.
why are you making fun of our special effects? Those are good special
Oh,
effects.
I love it so much. So one episode was such a specific episode, and they were talking about EVP, and so they started the episode with these radio recordings, and they're like, "This is real EVP, also known as white noise." And I'm like, first of all, EVP and white noise are two separate things, but I guess y'all didn't know that in the early 2000s. But they're like, "This is real
I don't
recorded."
know that now. I have no
Yeah,
idea what
no,
EVP
white
is.
noise is just the like shh sound. EVP is when you specifically are pulling like voices and catching snippets of voice ghost sounds. White noise is nothing but the static. EVP is when you're pulling and it'll pull the sounds of people talking. EVP is only when you're hearing like even if it's just a little bit of a voice is if you're hearing voices. Whereas white noise is just static. But I watched too many ghost shows with Wayne. But there was that, and so they're like, this is real recorded EVP as just like a preamble to this episode where they were going to be talking about her hearing EVP stuff. And I'm like, okay, real EVP though? Where'd you pull this from? Real EVP? And then there was an episode where this woman she's fighting with this gallery owner over her father's paintings because he's representing her father in like a terrible light or whatever, and just trying to make money off the tragedy of him because he ended up like murdering somebody. The father ended up murdering somebody and then was hanged. And so he was like doing this terrible representation and just making money off the tragedy of him being hanged when he was like a good man in a bad situation or bad circumstance or whatever. And they like had, and this is the first time that they've done this of Jennifer Love Hewitt, which we need to give her. She needs a nickname. She needs a shortened nickname. But Jennifer Love Hewitt like walks into a
Well,
room or
they
something.
refer to her as Love, but okay,
Love.
yeah.
That's everybody just says love, and we know who we're talking about. Because
Continue.
when I hear love, I think of Dr. Love, the like 16-year-old kid who pretended that he was a doctor.
Oh, good lord.
That's the story for another day. Anyway, so Love like walks into this room and like all of a sudden she's like having like visions of being in of like walking up to the gallows as the man, and they keep flashing back between it's her and it's him and it's her and it's him. And but they have like the most harsh filter on it. It's like so like washed out and like blue colored sort of, and like just the most harsh filter and like jumping images and stuff. And I'm like, ooh, we in the 2000s. We in the early 2000s.
It's not that bad.
It wasn't bad. It was funny. It was so funny.
It's not that bad.
But yeah, that's what I've been watching.
Well, I've just been watching trashy reality shows. So, Mr. North Carolina, real quick,
Yes.
he had the nerve.
Oh,
to-
Ari, this show is Farmer Wants a Wife. It's where these farmers, it's like The Bachelor, but for farmers, sort of.
yeah, that's pretty much it. The Bachelor for Farmers. Although it does have the franchise itself, the worldwide version of the franchise has because they did do one season of this several years ago in the US and the show didn't really take off, but they have since done many seasons in Australia and it has a record of like the worldwide of the reality show that has the most couples that actually got together and stayed together
Okay.
like married and stuff. Because you know the thing about that they say all the time about shows like The Bachelor and Temptation Island and stuff is like
Is they break
they
up
may
right after the
they
show's
may
over.
be together. Yeah, they may be together when the cameras are on, but they don't stay.
Mm-hmm.
But this one has a record of people really staying. And if you watch the American version, you really get a sense of why is it a group of why people find people who are going to stay. Like, because one of the farmers, the first questions they asked when they were having their mixer was, "What church do you go to?"
Mm-hmm.
And they answered it like it was a normal question.
Mm-hmm.
So these are like American upstanding God fearing people.
Well,
They,
that also is a question that a lot of reality shows I feel like skip over, but something you should definitely discuss if you're going to get together with somebody is
uh-huh.
like what are your spiritual views? What are your
Yeah,
religious views?
yeah. But yeah, on reality shows they don't talk about that because they're more focused
The drama.
um on the drama and you know who's going to kiss who and all this other kind of stuff. And these people, the men, when they said the women are coming to stay at the farmers' houses, all these women at these houses, I didn't realize till like 2 or 3 episodes in, the production company has put the men in trailers in the yard. They're not staying in the house
Of
with the
course
women
you can't be
with the
shacked up.
women
You can't be living
with
in
the
sand.
women. But on a show like The Bachelor,
They would be in the same bed. They would be like you
you
have a
know,
twin mattress.
or like Love Island, where you guys share the mattress.
Mhm.
Immediately, first day, you got to pick somebody to sleep next to.
Mhm.
So I mean, that just gives you a tonal difference of the
They're
shows.
trying to find people to stay.
Of the shows. And one thing, another thing I like about the Farmer Wants to, I'm probably going to go back and watch some of the Australian ones because just like on Peacock, where they have the all the streaming services seem to do this lately, and I hope more of them do it. Where if there's a franchise where we have the American version, just go ahead and get the rights to show us the Australian and
Right.
the British and everything else. Because once you get into the show, you want to zoom through and watch more of it.
Exactly. Make it bingeable.
You know, don't make us have to, find it falling off the back of a truck.
Mhm.
Just make it available to us.
Speaking of which, you and I need to talk about this truck because I'm trying to find Father Brown, and I nobody in our house pays for BritBox yet.
What is that? Is that truck not rolling through your neighborhood?
Apparently, I've been looking on the wrong trucks. We're gonna have to figure this out.
But so anyway, the reason, Ari, that we are talking about this because they've brought Farmer Wants a Wife back on Fox here in the US after it's been gone for several years. They brought it back again. And one of the contestants, not only is he black, but he is from supposedly from Gastonia. They keep saying Gastonia, which for those who don't know us is near where we live. Is as close as any reality show
It's where I
has
went to
got
high school.
has gotten to our neighborhood. well, don't be doxing us or anything, but
Okay,
yeah.
my bad.
But not that anybody cares where we're from, but still, err on the side of caution.
That's true.
Um, but that's as close to. I mean, I watched the show to see if I recognize any places. That's how close they are. Because he's not technically in Gastonia. He's like his ranch is like in Shelby or something.
Yeah,
But
that's the other thing
but
is like, what
they
farms
keep
are in
they keep
Gastonia?
they keep saying Gastonia. And there are some farms in Gastonia, believe it or not, in the outskirts of Gaston County. But I keep looking around. Anyway, how about Mr. Gastonia is what I keep calling him. He um he sent the girl home because he said she was being too emotional. And all the girls looked at him like he grew a third head when he said that. Like, how dare you? And they all comforted her, and the girl got sent home, because she really liked him. And he's calling, but she was kind of getting her feelings a little bit hurt when he would go talk to other girls, which they all have to go talk to other girls. But all the other guys are being respectful and talking to other girls. They're not in the driveway kissing every
Yeah,
girl
I
in
was
the
about to
house.
ask you, do you think she was being emotional? Or do you think she was
No, I
justified?
don't think she's being emotional. I mean, on the one hand, you kind of have to rein your emotions in if you're going to be on this kind of show because he's dating five girls at once. Let's
Mm,
be honest. But at the same time, he's the only one because they get together for these mixers where the girls who are talking to the other farmers, each farmer is talking to five girls. There's four farmers. They're in different parts of the country.
mm,
Okay, like Oklahoma, Texas, North Carolina, Georgia. Okay. And so, but they have these mixers where they bring them all together to one state, like bring them all to Nashville to go to a rodeo together or
mm,
some little thing together once a week. And so the girls all get to talk to each other, not just to the girls that they've been staying with, but the girls who are staying with the different farmers. Does that all make
mm.
sense?
Yes.
So they all get to mix. So they find out pretty quick that, and the guys get to talk to each other too. And they have a little thing where they go off to the side. And Mr. Gastonia even told the rest of the guys, y'all are slacking if y'all ain't kissed none of them yet.
Why is he making us look bad?
And so the girls have been talking to the other girls, and so they know that their farmer, Mr. Gastonia, is the only one who's been kissing everybody.
He's out here making us look nasty.
And the rest of it was at one point where he was like on the dance floor because they were having a dance thing. He was on the dance floor, really just macking on this girl, and everybody's looking. And it's like, and the other farmers are talking to the girl to their girls, going, I don't know what he's doing, but somebody's gonna be mad on the ride home.
Making us look bad. I can't believe it.
And so anyway, he sent the girl home that he thought was too emotional. And so now this last episode, the reason I'm still watching this is because I was binging it because I thought it was over. And then it turned out this is something that's still airing week to week on
Uh,
Fox. And so I watched it all and then realized, oh no, there's like 3 episodes left.
ooh,
And they hadn't come out yet. So now I gotta wait for those episodes. So the
ooh.
last episode just came out 2 nights ago. So I'm probably gonna watch that tonight or tomorrow night. So that's why I said I hopefully am gonna get some squares done because I'm gonna be sitting watching something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I usually get these kind of things done. He so they this last episode that I watched, they all went to they had narrowed down to two girls each, and they had gone to their girls' towns where they lived and met their families. And so he went to New York, and the one girl, so he went to California to see his one girl,
Mm-hmm.
and he liked her and everything. Then he had to go fly all the way across country to New York,
This show's got some airplane money.
hmm to see his other girl. And as soon as he got there, the other girl was like, because as soon as the other girl got home, she was like, oh, I just realized I do not want to live out in the country. I like living in Brooklyn. I do not
Mm-hmm.
want to move. And so as soon as he got there, she was like, "You know what? I don't think I can uproot and move to North Carolina."
Actually, never mind.
It's been real, but and that's the thing I like about this show because all through the show, it's not like I don't know how to explain it. Other dating shows that I've watched, I don't watch a lot of dating shows. Excuse me. Other dating shows I've watched, it's like you can see the girl doubting whether she wants to be there, but it's like the show makes her wait till the end
Mhm.
or to a certain point, like get to the altar and then tell him you ain't going to marry him when you knew 3 weeks ago you weren't going to,
Mhm.
or get to the rose ceremony and then tell him you want to go home. They make you get to a certain stopping point before you say something. But on this show, it's been very much the girls saying at whatever point they feel like they're not feeling it. You know what? I saw how well you're getting along with these girls, and we don't have that, so I'm going to bounce. And it's not
Mhm.
any specific time. Like now, you have to eliminate 3 girls. I mean, there's some girls who get eliminated, but like that, who hang on till they're told to go home.
But they're
But
not like reprimanded for leaving early.
yeah, there's a lot of girls who are like, you know what? I can already tell this is not for me. Digging cow manure out of this, stall, horse manure out of this stall is not my lifestyle. I'm going home.
Mhm.
So that's what I like about that show is that people can just go home when they decide it's not for them, like real dating.
I don't understand why they don't just get more people that live in the area. Like you found this North Carolina farmer, why couldn't you find some North Carolina girls? Because like it's one thing moving across the state, it's another thing moving
No, I
across the
think I think
country.
what they want to do, I think what they want to do is play up the whole thing of this is a farmer, country mouse and city mouse.
Mhm.
They want to play up the thing of is a city girl really going to come to the country. And for some of these people it's a stretch because one of the guys, his girl is from California, but she's not like from Los Angeles. She's in the country part of California and she trains horses. Okay,
Mhm.
and he does horses. So like y'all just get together already and don't make me wait till the last episode, please.
Yeah.
You know. And there's a couple that for each of the guys, I can see where there's one girl that they really should just be with and this show should be over by now.
Mhm.
But Mr. North Carolina, he went to New York. His girl said bounce, but before she said she was done with the process, as they say, as soon as he gets to North Carolina, gets to New York, he's like, you know what? I am starting to get in touch with my emotions, and I realized that I should have not let emotional girl go. And she happens to live here in New York. So
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna call her. And he called her, and I'm like, "Girl, don't answer." He left several messages for her, and she wasn't answering. And finally, she answered. She met up with him. I said, "Don't let him off the hook. Do not let him off the hook." And he said what he had to say, and she was like, "Why have you? Tell me why you have changed your mind." And what he said was not sufficient. And she said, "Okay, I'll think about it, but I'm going home." So I'm hoping when I watch this last episode that she told him, you know what? I'm out.
Absolutely not. It feels like he is having his own he's having his own season of F Boy Island is what's going on.
Well, I mean, okay, he didn't need to kiss all those girls. That's number one. That's a little bit F boyish.
Mhm.
But the real issue is that, which several of the guys were having, but he had more than anything else, is that he's kissing all the girls, but he's not opening up to the girls. He's not talking about anything real or showing
Mhm.
any kind of emotion. And as soon as he started to feel some kind of emotion with emotional girl, he
He
didn't like
shut her down.
he didn't like that. He didn't like that, and he sent her home because he didn't want to be feeling anything. And the one girl that he's kind of with out in California, even she kind of teases him about not be opening up, but she does it more in a jokey way
Mhm.
that I think he can take more than what a
Then
personal
somebody
girl is
actually
giving
calling
him.
him out. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. So I mean, normally on these shows, I pull for North Carolina or I pull for the black. Well, your father pulls for the black people all the time.
Mhm.
I do that more than I used to, but generally I pull for somebody if like they're from our area. Like if not North Carolina, at least like Georgia or South
Like
Carolina,
East Coast.
close to our area,
Mhm.
if they're close to our area, I kind of pull. If they're Georgia, North Carolina, or South Carolina, maybe Tennessee. But really Georgia, North Carolina, or South Carolina. Anywhere else, I just kind of pick whoever I like the best.
Mhm.
But I was pulling for him because he was our area and he was black, but
He made us look bad.
they ain't gonna get nobody else from Gastonia after him.
Right?
But okay, we have been talking for 4.5 hours. And we've been talking, not even technical difficulties or nothing.
Just proper thought. Chloe's gonna have a fun time editing this episode. Oh, that's something that we should bring up. So my sister is going to be editing our episodes, or editing the live streams, and then she's going to be putting them up. So editing it out every time we say, we have technical difficulties. One of us has to go potty. Everything falls silent or whatever. And so she's going to be editing the videos and then putting them up in the actual video section. That way it's a little easier to find whenever you get to the page. And then I want to talk to you because we got to do something about the name of your channel. Because every time I look up Dani S, I cannot find it. I cannot find you. I cannot find us. It is so hard to find it.
Well,
We need to make it something easier to
just type
find.
coffee clutch.
I do. Do you realize that that doesn't help? You go to YouTube right now and type in Coffee Klatsch.
I am so sorry that it doesn't help you, that it makes life so hard for you.
It does. It absolutely does.
Okay, I typed it in. I'm waiting for it to load.
It's
Okay.
there are
Well, there are some other people, but ours is on top. But maybe ours is on top because we're still live right now. But
probably.
yeah, ours is the first one. Then there's somebody else, the second one. Then ours is the third one. Then ours is the fifth one.
Maybe we're getting more popular, or that's because you are searching for it and it's your channel. Because I have such a hard time finding it when I'm trying to go back and pull clips and stuff.
Maybe you're not spelling it properly.
I am spelling it properly.
It's just Dani space S. How hard is that to find?
Type in Dani space S and see what comes up. Anyway, my sister's gonna be editing the videos for us. And so it's easier to find, and the videos are like edited down. So
Oh,
there's a lot less
that's
of the
a
stuff.
different Dani. That's not me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That's somebody in Jamaica. That's not me.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to find. See, even Ari says it's hit or miss trying to find the channel. That's why I put the links everywhere. The link is in my TikTok. The link is in my
Yeah,
Instagram.
the second Dani S is also not me.
That's what I'm saying. That
The
is what I'm
third
saying.
Dani S is also not me. And the fourth one is a man, looks like.
Hmm. So, do you see what I'm saying now?
Why do I have to change the name of my channel?
Because no one can find it.
Who wants to find us?
People who want to listen to us. What do you mean?
Why would they want to listen?
Embrace it.
I'll see what I can do.
Cheese and crackers, woman.
Okay, 4.5 hours, people. We have provided a lovely audio mukbang for your listening pleasure, for when you are doing your laundry, shirking off your duties at work behind your boss's back,
Watching you, Ari.
doing your diming painting,
Ronald, that's for you.
coloring in your adult coloring books,
That's for you.
knitting or crocheting. We're
Hey.
here to give you something to listen to. So if that's what you want at least once a week, then like this video,
Subscribe so it's
subscribe,
easier to find her since clearly you can't find through searching.
smash that bell or
So
whatever
you know when we're going live.
whatever the kids say, and put, if you are actually watching this and have made it this far, in the comment section. First of all, please just leave us a comment. I feel lonely out here. In the comment section, can you put is there a hoodie emoji?
Ooh, if there's a hoodie emoji, or put a heart and a ghost for Ghost Whisper.
Yes,
Love Ghost
a heart and a ghost.
for
Put a
Ghost
heart.
Whisper.
That's, never mind the hoodie. Put a heart and a ghost if you have made it this far.
For love.
And we will see you next week. Bye,
Goodbye.
y'all.
Goodbye. I got a good bit done. I have one skein of this from Homophobic Hobby Lobby, and I was able to get 2 base bags done. So
Look at